Chapter 350. However, in that short amount of time, he could not find her in the manor. When he saw Lung Shuang come in from outside, he quickly called out to her and asked, "Lung Shuang, where's the phone girl?" Master left. She took Luo Yu with her. That girl only took Luo Yu with her to Jufu Forest. What if she runs into danger? No, I need to have the others chase after her and protect her. The old man anxiously muttered and turned to find the Phoenix Guards. Lung Shuang originally wanted to call out to him, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Before their master left, they had told the Phoenix Guards to properly guard the Feng Manor and protect the family head. If they still listened to the old man under their master's orders, then the Phoenix Guards would probably be removed from their master's post. When the old man found the other 7, they were all sitting in the pavilion. This was because they had been called together earlier, but they had been given different missions. Thinking of Luo Yu, who had left with the eldest young miss, they all had strange expressions on their faces. Why do you think the eldest young miss only took Luo Yu with her? In terms of strength, Luo Yu is only average among us. Why did she take him with her? Fan Lin smiled and said, "Among us, only Luo Yu has recognized a master. If she didn't bring him, who else would she bring? But we never said we wouldn't recognize a master. We are still investigating." Another person said with a smile and shook his head, "That's fine. Since we've been told to stay and guard, then we'll just guard properly. The old man has come." One of them said and stood up. "Greetings to the old man." The 7 bowed and respectfully called out. The old man waved his hand and said, "You guys prepare yourselves and quickly chase after them." The phone girl only took Luo Yu with her to Jufu Forest. "I'm also worried." Jufu Forest? The 7 looked at each other. They only knew that the eldest young miss had taken Luo Yu out, but they did not know that she had gone to Jufu Forest. That was a dangerous place. What was she going there for? However, they only paused for a moment and did not agree. Instead, they apologetically said, "Old man, forgive us for not being able to comply." The old man was startled and asked, "Why is that?" "Before eldest young miss left, she gave us an order to guard the Feng Manor and protect the master and family head. That's why we're not allowed to leave before eldest young miss returns." Hearing this, the old man was stunned. He looked at them and didn't say anything for a while. At this moment, he also understood Feng Er's intention. Obviously, she wanted to see how well these Phoenix Guards could carry out her orders. Seeing this, he could only sigh. Then forget it. He was thinking, should he send a few more people to follow them? Feng Ming and Feng Wei seemed to have seen through his thoughts. They looked at each other and gestured for Fan Lin to speak. "Patriarch." Fan Lin cupped his hands and saluted, saying, "In truth, Patriarch does not need to worry about eldest young miss safety. Based on our understanding of eldest young miss, she will not do anything that she is not confident in. Since she only took Luo Yu, there will definitely not be any danger. Moreover, what she is most worried about is the safety of her family." The old man glanced at them and suddenly revealed a smile. "You guys are the most outstanding among the Phoenix Guards. It's your good fortune to be able to follow little Feng." Chapter 351. On the other side, Luo Yu was bitterly looking at Feng Jiu, who was walking briskly in front of him. "Master, we're just going out. Why do we have to make ourselves look like beggars?" He tugged at the tattered clothes on his body. There were holes here and there. He didn't know which servant's clothes he had dug out from. Looking at his messy hair, it was as messy as a bird's nest. Those who didn't know would think that he hadn't washed his hair for a long time. Also, his handsome and charming face had been smeared with dust by her master. It couldn't be any uglier. Looking at the shoes on his feet, she didn't know where he had picked them up. His toes moved a little and even stretched out to cool off. Looking like this, he was even more pitiful than the beggars in Yinhua City. Looking at his master in front of him, she was also wearing tattered clothes, but slightly better than him. Her hair wasn't as messy, but her face was also smeared with dust. However, her eyes were shining brightly and were extremely eye-catching. Seeing her walking briskly and humming a tune from time to time, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He didn't expect his master to like this. Who didn't tidy themselves up nicely when they went out? Only a strange master like him would do the opposite. This way, I won't attract attention and won't get into trouble. She turned back and smiled at him. Her half-curved eyes were like crescent moons, giving people a good impression of her. However, this expression, coupled with her bright white teeth, didn't look like something a beggar would have. Seeing this, he sighed and said, "Master, you're so beautiful. No matter how you dress, you don't look like a beggar." "That's right. That's why I didn't change my clothes. I didn't want to dress as a beggar." She smiled and said, "Walk faster. Don't stay in this city for too long." "Yes," he replied helplessly and quickly followed her. However, after following her for a while, he felt that something was wrong. He looked at the person walking leisurely in front of him. She wasn't even panting, not to mention sweating all over her face. On the other hand, he hadn't even left Yunhua City. He was already panting and sweating profusely from chasing her. How did she walk? Why was it that he couldn't catch up to her, even though she was so close? "Phew! Master, master, wait for me." He raised his hand to wipe his sweat as he called out in a low voice. Fengjiu, who was in front of him, stopped and looked back. Seeing that his breathing was slightly chaotic, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Tired already? Looks like your stamina isn't that great either." Hearing this, Luo Yu's eyes widened. He only wanted to say, "It's not that my stamina isn't good. It's that your stamina is too abnormal." But in the end, he took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down before saying, "Master, shouldn't we find a carriage? How long are we going to walk at this speed?" Young Master Lin said that it would take about 3 days to get to Jufu from here. If they really had to travel by foot, then it would probably take even longer. This round trip would take up quite a bit of time, right? However, Fengjiu only smiled and glanced at him. "Just follow me." With that, he continued to move forward. Luo Yu had no choice but to continue walking. He really didn't know what she was up to. Chapter 352. Damn, what is this? His eyes widened as he watched in disbelief as the boat gradually grew larger until it could accommodate 2 people. Only then did it stop. He took a big stride forward, touching and looking at the small boat, exclaiming again and again, "What kind of boat is this? What material is it made of? Why haven't I seen this material before? It's so exquisite, and there seems to be a room inside. It can't be right. It should be a decoration." Seeing him walk around the boat, touching the entire boat, and studying it, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. She shook her head and walked onto the boat. "What are you doing? Come on up." "Master, is this a flying boat? Is this really a flying boat?" His eyes lit up, and he looked at her with admiration. "Master actually has a flying boat. This is too incredible." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped onto the boat. He stood in the boat and looked around excitedly like a child who had found a treasure. Fengjiu took out a spirit stone from her space and pressed it into a small box at the front of the boat. The flying boat floated up. For a flying boat, other than using spirit stones to control it, it could also be controlled by spiritual power. Furthermore, after the flying boat recognized its master, it could be controlled with just a thought. As soon as the flying boat took off, Luo Yu's body swayed. He was so shocked that he quickly squatted down. He curiously looked down and felt very excited. "Ha ha ha! I never thought that I, Luo Yu, would be able to ride a flying boat one day." Hearing this, Fengjiu's mouth twitched. She speechlessly looked away and sat cross-legged at the front of the boat to cultivate. As for Luo Yu, he was lying on the side of the flying boat and looking down at the wind. As the flying boat flew higher and higher, the excitement on his face gradually disappeared. He was afraid of heights, and his face paled. When he looked down, he faintly felt dizzy and wanted to fall down. He glanced at Fengjiu and quickly imitated her and sat down cross-legged. He took out some water from his chinquan bag and drank a mouthful. After he calmed down, he let out a sigh of relief. After he recovered, he looked curiously at the protective shield formed by the spaceship. Under the protective cover, the wind couldn't blow in, and he didn't feel much of the airflow when the spaceship shuttled through. He could only faintly hear the sound of the airflow outside the protective cover. Because they were flying high, the white clouds seemed to be within reach. The town below was so small that it was only a black, but the scenery in the distance was so beautiful and enchanting. With the help of the flying ship, the journey that would have taken 3 days by horse carriage was shortened to 1 day. Before the sun had even risen the next day, they had already arrived at the boundary of the Nine Valleys forest. Fengjiu steered the spaceship to a place where there was no one. Then he waved his hand and stored the spaceship away. Seeing that the sky was still dark, he said to Luo Yu, "Let's wait until dawn before going in. Let's find something to eat first." "Master, let's go over there. It's cooler under the tree over there." Luo Yu pointed to a place not far away and said. After walking over there with her, he took out some dry rations from his chinquan bag. "Master, I still have some pastries here." He kept the hard biscuits for himself and handed her some pastries. With a strange gaze, he looked at her and asked, "Master, I see that there's a room at the back of the flying boat. Is it for decoration, or can it be used? Could it be that the flying boat can become bigger?" Chapter 353. Fengjiu glanced at him and said, "This spaceship can be big or small. Naturally, the things on board can be big and useful." She paused and said, "Forget about the spaceship after we leave here. Don't get into trouble." "Yes, I understand," he replied. If the monarch and the others knew that she had a spaceship, they would definitely fight for it. After all, such a magical flying instrument was not something that anyone could have. She did not say anything else, and he did not ask. The two ate quietly until the sky was about to brighten. Luo Yu stood up and looked around. He asked with some uncertainty, "Master, although this 9-volt forest is a dangerous place, it doesn't mean that no one has come here. Why haven't we seen anyone enter after sitting here for so long? I don't come here often. How would I know?" She rolled her eyes and was about to walk in when she suddenly heard sound. She looked up at the sky. She saw a few cultivators on flying swords heading towards Jufu Forest. They were so fast that they could only hear a gust of wind above their heads before everything returned to normal. "They are cultivators. I wonder which country they are from," Luo Yu said enviously. "It would be great if we could fly on a sword." Thinking about the feeling of flying on a sword made his whole body feel comfortable. Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. "Can't you fly on a sword when you are a martial arts grandmaster? Hurry up and practice. Once you're a martial arts grandmaster, you can also fly on a sword." "Even if I'm a martial arts grandmaster, I still need the sword manipulation chant. Besides, I'm only a martial arts grandmaster in the mid-stage of the Black Realm. It will take me a few years to reach the peak." In fact, their practice speed was already very fast. After all, the master and the others were only martial arts grandmasters. Their ability was already considered the best among their peers. Fengjiu glanced at him. Seeing his self-satisfied face, he smiled and did not say anything. He just sped up and rushed forward. Luo Yu saw this and quickened his pace as well. The two figures rushed into the depths of Jufu Forest one after the other. They did not waste time in the outer area. In the evening, the two of them had already entered the inner circle. Because the sky was dark, they rested under a tree. "Master, you rest here. I'll go hunt some game for dinner," Luo Yu said as he got up and walked around. "Be careful, don't go too far," Fengjiu said, raising his eyes to look in the direction he had left. He took out some of the herbs he had picked along the way and sorted them out, making a few self-defense medicines. However, when the sky darkened and she finished mixing the herbs, she realized that Luo Yu had not returned for a long time. At this time, she felt that something was not right. After putting away the bottles of medicine, she stood up and looked around. At first, she didn't pay much attention to it because this was just the beginning of the inner circle. Even if there was danger, with Luo Yu's skills, it shouldn't be a problem. But what was going on now? He had actually disappeared without a trace. She closed her eyes and released her soul consciousness. Sure enough, she couldn't sense Luo Yu's aura anywhere. She opened her eyes, her expression slightly changed, and her brows slightly furrowed. What exactly happened? Chapter 354. As the sky darkened, she walked alone in the forest. All she could hear was the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind. The moon was still hidden in the clouds, but in the darkness of the forest, there was a faint white glow on the ground. That was the scale powder she had scattered on Luo Yu's body. It couldn't be seen during the day, but it was especially conspicuous at night. Although she didn't know where he had gone or what had happened to him, as long as she followed the scale powder, she should be able to find him. She only hoped that when she found him, he was still alive. After walking for a while, she felt a slight chill in her heart. She felt a gust of night wind blow, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. She paused for a moment, then picked up a tree branch and lit a fire. She used the fire to illuminate the path ahead, and also to see her surroundings more clearly. Logically speaking, she had been to Jufulin Forest before, so there shouldn't be any strange things or unknown dangers. But at this time, she followed the scale powder and found that she was walking further and further into the inner area. And based on the amount of scale powder scattered on the ground, Luo, you probably didn't fight with anyone, because the amount of scale powder scattered on the ground was very uniform, as if it was scattered on the ground very naturally. There wasn't any trace of a fight. Come on. Suddenly, a soft and distant voice drifted into her ears. It was like the gentle voice of a mother, causing her expression to relax. It also seemed to contain the magical power of hypnosis, destroying her willpower and causing her gaze to gradually become blurred. She moved her footsteps forward step by step, following the direction of the voice. Come on. It was as if there was a breath that enveloped her. In the haze, she seemed to see a pair of hands waving at her in front of her. A voice gently called her, asking her to follow it. Everything around her seemed to become blurry, and her mind seemed to be blank. She stared blankly in front of her. Only that voice reverberated in her ears, guiding her. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from her arm. Her heart shook, and she stopped in her tracks. She abruptly regained her senses and saw that her arm had been cut by a tree branch. With the help of the torch in her hand, she could see that blood was seeping out. It was this sharp pain that brought her back to her senses. Thinking of this, her heart sank, and her expression became serious. That voice was too strange, and she was almost bewitched by it. However, what was that? Was it human? Or a ghost? She guarded her mind and looked around vigilantly. Everything was normal, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, that voice came from an unknown place. Come on. This time, she actually saw two ghostly green flames dancing in front of her. The flames spun in front of her, and the sound seemed to be coming from the green flames. It was blurry and somewhat unreal. In an instant, her mind raced. The last time she came here, she didn't have these things. How could there be these things here? Since this thing had the ability to confuse people, why didn't she just go with the flow and see where this green willow, the wisp, could take her? At this moment, she was very sure that Luo Yu's disappearance had something to do with the ghostly fire and that strange voice. Chapter 355. After making up her mind, she pretended to be bewitched and continued to follow the voice. What surprised her was that she didn't see a single ferocious beast in the night as she followed the voice. Her surroundings were unusually quiet. She wondered what kind of danger would cause the ferocious beasts in the Nine Valleys forest to avoid it. How powerful must they be to be able to do this? She remembered that when she had first entered the forest, she had seen those cultivators enter the 9 Volts forest on their flying swords. Although she had only glanced at them, she could tell that those cultivators were already Golden Core experts. Golden Core cultivators. If they were in a small 9th grade country, a single Golden Core cultivator could cause an uproar in the country with a stomp of their feet. One had to know that in the Enchanting country, some of the patriarchs of the large families were only Golden Core cultivators. Thus, she guessed that those Golden Core cultivators who rode on flying swords into the 9 Valleys forest were at least from 6th grade country. However, if they were from such a country, why would they come to a small country like the Glorious Sun country? With doubts in her heart, she walked for 6 hours. Then, she saw the green flame in front of her fly forward with a whoosh. At this time, she heard a faint, angry voice in front of her. Just as she was about to move forward, Little Fire Phoenix's anxious and worried voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "Stupid woman, you can't go any further. It's very dangerous." Little Fire? You're awake? Feng Jiu was slightly startled. She stopped and asked with surprise. Of course. How can I talk to you if I'm not awake? You can't go any further. You won't be able to handle it with your current strength. Little Hua Feng replied proudly. You can't go any further. You can't handle it with your current strength. Hearing this, Feng Jiu paused for a moment. She narrowed her eyes and said with her divine sense, Luo, you should be in front. I brought him out. I can't just ignore him. In the space, little Fire Phoenix heard this and immediately shouted, Stupid woman, didn't you hear me say it's very dangerous? If I say it's dangerous, it must be dangerous. You know it's dangerous, yet you still jump in? Are you stupid? In its opinion, Luo Yu is only a subordinate, an insignificant person. If he died, it wouldn't care, but this woman was different. She was its contractor, its master. If she died, it wouldn't be able to live. Moreover, in its opinion, a master who would die for a subordinate was definitely an idiot, because it was not worth it in the first place. Even a fool would not do that. But looking at this stupid woman, its mind thinking of this, it felt a burst of anger in its heart. Why did it have to worry as soon as it woke up? But it shouldn't have to worry about these things in the first place. But it couldn't help it. Feng Jiu listened to its anxious scolding and slowly narrowed her eyes. Using her divine sense, she said softly, Little Fire, if you were in this situation, I would save you at all costs. Even if I know it's dangerous, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Hearing this, little Fire Phoenix's heart trembled. He sat in the space in a daze. The anxiety and anger in his heart disappeared without a trace because of her words. A strange expression appeared on his delicate little face. Chapter 356. Hearing this, the corners of Feng Jiu's lips curled into a smile. Yes, I will. It was because she knew how powerful the other party was that she would be even more careful. I've just woken up and my body hasn't fully awakened yet. I might not be able to help you. The little Fire Phoenix's awkward voice sounded in her mind again. Yes, it's fine. I can't beat them. As long as I save Luo Yu, I'll run. She only planned to leave after saving Luo Yu and did not intend to continue fighting. Thus, after making her decision, she slowly moved forward and walked towards the voice. When she saw the green willow, the wisps floating in front of her in the night, she was shocked. She felt that this matter was much more troublesome than she had imagined. The large open space in front of her had formed a barrier. Blood was gushing out of nowhere within the barrier's protective barrier. In the pitch-black night, it looked as if the blood was strangely surging in mid-air. There was so much blood, but at this moment, she was still standing outside the barrier and could not smell a trace of blood. She could only see dozens of green willow, the wisps dancing within the barrier. Hissing sounds were accompanied by bursts of struggling and painful cries from the flames. It was extremely strange in the night, causing one's hair to stand on end. Under the pitch-black night, only the green willow, the wisps, could be seen. Relying on the willow, the wisps, she could clearly see the figures of several people in the middle. Sitting cross-legged in the middle of the large open space was an old man with disheveled hair. His wrinkled, old face looked withered and gloomy. Streaks of blood appeared on his withered face, as if they were flowing. It was a strange sight. The wide black robe on his body fluttered in the night wind. Around him, blood-stained skulls were placed in a circle. A dark aura that could be seen with the naked eye pervaded his entire body. That aura was so strong that it made her feel a strong sense of danger. It was as if a voice was telling her not to go any closer. Otherwise, she would definitely die here. The cultivators who were shouting angrily were the 4 people she saw when she entered the forest. However, they were all sitting on the ground. Their auras seemed to be draining away. Their faces were pale, and their words were weak. It was as if they couldn't move. Outside the circle of people, there were also people sitting on the ground. They seemed to have lost their consciousness as they sat cross-legged with lifeless gazes. They were like wooden statues as they stared blankly in front of them. Above their heads, there was a cluster of dark green flames revolving around them. And Luo Yu was one of them. Come on. Suddenly, a long-haired woman in a blood-red dress silently appeared in front of her like a ghost. The pale face that suddenly enlarged in front of her had no trace of blood, but the pair of lips were strangely red, and the pair of eyes that gave off a cold and ghostly aura made one's hair stand on end. Chapter 357. Come on. Come on, the woman in blood-red clothes walked backward, waving her pale hands in front of Fengjiu. Her blood-red eyes, which were cold and ghostly, stared straight at her, as if she wanted to look into the depths of her soul. Perhaps it was because she was confident in her own ability, but she did not doubt that this girl, who followed her like a puppet, would not be under her control. After all, this girl, who was dirty and messy like a beggar, was not eye-catching at all. In her eyes, this girl was the same as those people. They had all come here to sacrifice themselves. There was no exception. Fengjiu's eyes were empty as she walked in a daze. She was like a puppet that had lost its soul, but she was secretly paying attention to the movements around her. She discovered that the skinny and strange old man sitting in the middle did not pay much attention to her arrival, nor was he vigilant. He didn't even look in her direction. Obviously, he didn't put her in his eyes. She was slightly relieved. The old man should be an expert at the peak of the Gold Core realm. If he looked into her eyes, she was not sure that she could not be discovered under such circumstances. After entering the barrier, the thick stench of blood, accompanied by a nauseating stench, almost made her vomit. It was the stench that seeped out from the ground. It was very unpleasant. Smelling the stench, she couldn't help but wonder how many corpses were buried under the ground. The woman in the blood-red dress brought her to a place. After standing properly, she floated away. She sat down quietly like the others. She looked around and saw that the woman in the blood-red dress was floating in the air without touching the ground. That's right, if it wasn't a ghost, how could it appear so silently? She calculated in her heart that she would not be able to win against the old monster at the peak of the Jin Dance stage, but it should not be a big problem for her to escape with Luo Yu. Another thing was that she noticed that the people sitting around her, except for the 4 Jin Dance stage cultivators and herself, had all lost their consciousness. The strange old man and the woman in blood-red clothes seemed to be waiting for something. They did not attack the people around them. She hadn't done anything to them yet, but that didn't mean she wouldn't. Every cell in her body was screaming for danger. Just as she was thinking about how to take Luo Yu away, she heard the angry laughter of the Golden Core stage cultivators in front of her. We've known each other for so many years, but I didn't expect that you would even scheme against us. We were really blind. You entered the Tao as a devil. Even if you survive this calamity, you won't be able to go far. Ha ha, fellow cultivators, it's a worthy death for you to be able to prolong my life. After all, you don't have many years left in your lifespan. Isn't it better to use your remaining lifespan to help me? The skinny old man laughed sinisterly. His voice was cold and ruthless. So, he was tricked into coming here? Fengjiu looked at them in surprise. She was not in the mood to pay attention to them. She felt that as the night deepened, the blood qi in the enchantment became thicker and thicker. She knew that she could not wait any longer. So she gritted her teeth, stood up from the ground with a whoosh, and quickly rushed forward to pull up Luo Yu, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and covered his mouth and nose with her other hand. Chapter 358. Who is this person? The 4 Gold Core cultivators were stunned as they watched the thin and small figure who was originally sitting in a daze suddenly stand up and rush out. He arrived at a place only 5 or 6 meters away from them and pulled the dirty man up. He covered the man's mouth and nose with one hand and pulled him out of the barrier. They couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They were Gold Core cultivators, but when they entered the enchantment, they felt weak all over and couldn't even stand up. What was going on with that small figure? In addition to the enchantment and the enchantment, there was also the ghost voice of the red-clothed female ghost. If one didn't have a Gold Core cultivation, it was impossible to resist. But the scene in front of them broke this rule, causing their minds to go blank as they looked at the scene in shock. A pungent smell rushed into his mind, causing Luo Yu to suddenly wake up. When he saw the strange and terrible things around him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what the hell? Man-eating ghost, why aren't you running?" Feng Jiu said angrily, grabbing him by the collar and quickly pulling him out of the enchantment. At this time, the skinny evil old man had already recovered from his shock. Seeing that the two of them were about to escape the barrier, he waved his hand, and a stream of blood gushed out from the ground. It was like a blood waterfall that flowed out from the barrier and then flowed back. At that moment, Feng Jiu grabbed Luo Yu's collar and couldn't stop his feet from colliding with the blood waterfall on the enchantment. Bang! The sound of the collision sounded. After the two were bounced back, they fell to the ground first. Before they could stand up, they saw a pair of skeletal hands reach out from under the ground and grab their feet, pulling them down with all their strength. "Get out of my way!" Luo Yu roared and kicked the pair of skeletal hands into pieces. Who would have thought that the skeletal hands were as hard as iron? No matter how hard he kicked, they didn't break. Instead, they dragged him deeper and deeper into the mud. His feet sank deeper into the mud. Just when he was a little shocked, he looked at his master and was frightened by her valiant posture. Her expression was ugly as she stared at the pair of skeletal hands that were pulling her legs down. As if she was enraged, she used her hands to crush the skeletal hands and stood up with a kick. She even cursed in disgust. "Damn, this damn thing is so dirty." Luo Yu looked at her in shock. He never knew that his master, who was sometimes charming and enchanting, sometimes elegant, sometimes gentle and harmless, and sometimes cunning like a fox, could curse. He suddenly came back to his senses and saw that his hands were also being held by a pair of skeletal hands. He suddenly exclaimed, "Master, save me." Feng Jiu looked back and saw that Luo Yu was still sitting on the ground and being grabbed by the skeletal hand. She immediately formed a seal with her fingers and flicked it out. With a few bangs, the skeletal hand, holding Luo Yu, exploded one by one and scattered all over the ground. "Go!" She grabbed his collar with one hand and pulled him up. She didn't want to fight. Her eyes fell on the enchantment again, intending to break the enchantment. The eyes of the 4 golden core cultivators who saw her pinch her fingers lit up, and the light of hope jumped in their eyes. Seeing that she was about to pull the man away, they immediately shouted, "Little friend, help!" Chapter 359. It was already good enough that she could escape with Luo Yu. Saving them? Who knew if the two of them would also die here? Risking death to save a few golden core cultivators who had no relatives or friends. She wasn't that kind. "Since you're here, then stay," the skinny, evil old man said sinisterly. As soon as his voice fell, the blood-robed female ghost who was originally floating behind him called out in a low voice, come on, stay." The blood-robed female ghost swept through the air, and with a whoosh, she flew towards Feng Jiu and Luo Yu. Her voice was soft and strange, faintly revealing a cold aura. Feng Jiu noticed that Luo Yu, who was originally pulled up by her, began to lose his consciousness after hearing the voice that seemed to be able to control people's minds. At that moment, she stretched out her hand and slapped the back of his head, scolding, "What are you daydreaming about? If you daydream again, you'll stay here with her." Hiss! Once he felt the pain, Luo Yu woke up again. Seeing that he had almost lost his consciousness again, he couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. "Master, this ghost thing is too powerful. I can't hear her voice." He didn't want to, but for some reason, when he heard that soft voice, he forgot where he was. His entire brain was dizzy, and his consciousness was completely out of control. That's a ghost cultivator with some cultivation. Her strength is equivalent to a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. With your strength, of course you can't withstand it, she said unhappily and threw him a bottle. "Use this medicine to cover your mouth and nose. Once you breathe it in, your brain will be in a state of excitement and won't be easily controlled." As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed him away and moved her hand. A Qing Feng sword with a cold light appeared in her hand with a whoosh. With a sweep of her hand, it was accompanied by a sharp sword aura as it pierced towards the blood-robed female ghost floating over. Seeing this, Luo Yu hurriedly opened it and took a sniff. He felt that the smell was so pungent that it made him uncomfortable, But he couldn't deny that just by breathing in a little, his whole body was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He thought of a way, tore off a strip of cloth from his inner clothes, poured some of the medicine on it, and tied up his mouth and nose. He put away the medicine bottle and took out a long sword to try to break the barrier. Qing Feng's sword. The 4 gold core cultivators recognized the azure edge sword and were all shocked. They didn't expect to see this ancient divine sword that had disappeared for a long time in this place. And they didn't expect that the person holding the sword would be a little girl who looked to be 15 or 16 years old. Ha ha ha! I never imagined that I would actually be able to see the ancient divine sword, azure tip, in this place. Even the heavens are helping me. Ha 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 ha! The skinny and sinister old man who was sitting cross-legged raised his head and laughed loudly. A pressure that could be seen with the naked eye spread out along with his laughter. He looked at the sky getting darker and darker, and the excitement in his eyes became more and more obvious. Once midnight arrived, it would be time for him to complete his task. Luo Yu's sword was bounced back as if it had hit some kind of protective barrier. His attack could not break the barrier, so he could only grit his teeth and turn back to join Fengjiu in the battle with the blood-red ghost. He asked anxiously, "Master, what should I do if I can't break the barrier?" "That's a barrier laid down by an old monster at the peak of the Gold Core realm. It would be strange if you could break it." Chapter 360. The piercingly cold sword Astral Chi seemed to emit the sound of gold and jade in an instant. The sharp sword Astral Chi was released along with the ancient divine beast aura within her body at this moment. The powerful ancient divine beast aura, accompanied by her innate domineering aura, was released, and the aura in the air suddenly changed. It even suppressed the peak golden core stage aura released by the shriveled old man's laughter. It was this powerful and frightening aura that caused the ghost claw to involuntarily shrink back in shock. This is the ancient divine pressure and King's domineering aura. When the 4 golden core cultivators felt the terrifying pressure, their hearts trembled, and they looked at the small figure in disbelief. Ancient divine pressure, King's domineering aura. Where did this little girl come from? Ancient divine pressure usually came from ancient divine beasts. They shared the same life, and divine pressure. This little girl should have an ancient mythical beast. As for King's domineering aura, it was simply the King's aura that only appeared in legends. It was an innate King's aura that came from the blood and bones. It cannot be cultivated. Looking at the entire continent, only those few experts standing at the top of the pyramid had this kind of chi. They never thought that they would actually encounter one in the 9 Valleys forest. Moreover, it was a combination of ancient divine pressure and King's domineering aura. In an instant, the air seemed to be filled with countless ghost howls. These were the howls of ghosts that could not withstand the ancient divine pressure and King's domineering aura. They were mournful and sharp, causing pain to one's eardrums. "Retreat. You just need to protect yourself," Fengjiu coldly instructed. Her figure flashed in an instant, holding the Qing Feng sword as she faced the blood-robed female ghost that was pouncing toward her. Her speed was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. The few Gene Dance Stage cultivators could not catch her movements. They only knew that the dazzling light of the Azure Edge sword contained a sharp aura, and it slashed down at the blood-robed female ghost with a speed that was too fast for their ears. The ferocious aura and fast speed caused the blood-robed female ghost with Foundation establishment strength to not even have the chance to dodge. She let out a mournful scream as her body was split into 2. She instantly turned into a dark green flame that devoured the blood-robed female ghost. It seemed to merge into the surrounding ghost fire and disappeared without a trace. "You dare to kill my ghost cultivator. I want you dead, 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 dead." The shriveled old man's eyes widened. His angry voice was accompanied by a powerful aura. The word dead seemed to be magnified as it was condensed by the spiritual chi in his body, pressing towards her. Because he was shocked by the ancient pressure and the domineering aura of a ruler on her body, he was stunned for a moment. But he didn't expect that in this short moment of distraction, He would watch helplessly as the ghost cultivator under him, who had a cultivation equivalent to the Foundation establishment stage, was split into two by the little girl's sword and turned into ashes. Under the old man's powerful aura, Luo Yu, who only had the strength of a great martial master, could not withstand the pressure and killing intent. He felt the blood and qi in his body surge like a flood that broke through a dam. It rushed towards his heart and throat. He wanted to suppress it, but he could not suppress it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! Chapter 361. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang. Once the sharp sword qi was released, it shattered the three death characters. The moment the death characters were shattered, the airflow immediately scattered to the ground. Almost at the same time, she injected her spiritual qi into the Qing Feng's sword and instantly released a sword qi towards the skinny old man who was sitting cross-legged. Go! With a cold shout, she pulled Luo Yu, whose face was pale and whose blood was boiling, towards the boundary that was only 5 or 6 meters away. Her cold eyes stared at the blood-red boundary that was visible to the naked eye, and she didn't stop at all as she rushed forward. The 4 golden core cultivators who were sitting on the ground and unable to get up were already stunned by her fighting strength. At this moment, they saw her continuously rushing towards the barrier, as if she was completely confident that she could break the barrier. They wanted to remind her that the barrier was set up by an old monster at the peak of the golden core stage and was protected by fresh blood. With her strength, it would be difficult for her to break it. It would be better for her to quickly save them and kill the old monster with everyone's strength. However, who would have thought that a dense and pure spiritual energy would rapidly surge out from her hand that was holding the azure edge sword? As the spiritual energy surged out, a scarlet red flame also jumped onto the azure edge sword in her hand with a whoosh. It was like a fire dragon that coiled around the blade of the sword. Break from me! She raised her hand and coldly shouted. The Qing Feng sword in her hand suddenly shot out a powerful sword qi accompanied by raging flames towards the barrier. Seeing this scene, the 4 golden core cultivators widened their eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief. After she attacked with her sword, the blood that surged at the barrier was instantly burned by the flames, and the barrier let out a cracking sound. Crack! When the sound came out, the barrier that was surging with a powerful spiritual qi under the illumination of the flames actually cracked open at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if the surface of ice had been hit, and the cracks spread out until a loud bang was heard. The spiritual qi that condensed the barrier suddenly scattered. It actually broke. The 4 cultivators stared blankly, and they'd already forgotten where they were and the danger they were in. Instead, they were shocked by the unbelievable scene before their eyes, and they were unable to return to their senses for a long time. It seemed that the skinny old man couldn't leave the place he was sitting. When he saw the barrier break, the smell of blood and the life force he had collected spread out, and when he saw his efforts being destroyed by this little girl who came out of nowhere, his eyes shot out a bloody light. His anger soared to the sky, and his killing intent was overwhelming. The deafening roar was filled with thick resentment and murderous intent. The powerful pressure contained in the roar formed ripple-like lines that rippled outwards in circles, causing the ground to shake violently. There was a loud rumble, as if the mountain mud had been shaken off. The loud rumble was extremely clear in the night. You've ruined my efforts. Cut off my life. I want you to die a horrible death. The skinny old man sat cross-legged and roared at the sky. His hands quickly formed a strange seal, and his sinister voice mixed with a bloodthirsty, murderous aura spread in the night. Blood Soul Array. Activate. Fengjiu, who was escaping from the barrier with Luo Yu, suddenly felt a huge sense of danger. She quickly looked back, and her pupils suddenly shrank. She immediately injected spiritual qi into her hands and pushed Luo Yu forward, doing her best to send him 100 meters away. Chapter 362. Luo Yu only felt his entire body fly out uncontrollably, as if there was a force pushing him from behind. After he was pushed out nearly 100 meters, the pressure that made it difficult for him to even breathe also dissipated, and the strength in his body seemed to have returned. Master! He looked back and cried out involuntarily. He saw that a complex blood-red array had appeared where she was, and the fine lines seeped out from the soil, as if they were formed by fresh blood flowing through the array. The large blood array emitted a dense blood-red light and an aura of death, causing his heart to involuntarily tremble when he saw it. He had been a Phoenix Guard for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying and shocking scene. He should have left, but seeing that his master was still there, he wanted to run back without thinking, but he heard his master's sharp voice. "Go to the place I told you to wait for me. Carry out my orders." Feng Jiu shouted sternly, her voice concise, but with an unquestionable sharpness and pressure, forcing him to stop in his tracks. Master, but his eyes were blood-red, filled with struggle and pain, and his heart was even more uncomfortable. If it wasn't for him, his master wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. If it wasn't for him, his master wouldn't have been unable to escape. If it wasn't for him, reason told him to listen to his master's orders and leave quickly, because his strength was too weak, and he couldn't withstand the pressure of a golden core old monster. If he stayed, not only would he not be able to help his master, he would also be a burden to her. But his feet were so heavy that he couldn't move. That was his master, his master who had fallen into danger to save him. How could he leave like this? "Go quickly," Feng Jiu shouted sternly, but she didn't have time to care about him. She turned around and looked at the strange blood array under her feet, and saw that the complex lines in the array were flowing with blood. She didn't know where the blood came from, but the aura of death was too strong, and it really made her hair stand on end. Under Feng Jiu's stern shout, Luo Yu gritted his teeth, turned around, and quickly left. "Little fire, I can't move from where I'm standing. Do you know how to break this array?" She used her divine sense to ask little fire phoenix into space, and her gaze fell on the skinny old man who sat cross-legged in the middle without moving. That old monster hasn't moved from where he's sitting. Could it be that he's sitting there and can't move? This blood soul array is an evil array, and it's formed by condensing human blood. The place where the old monster is sitting should be where the aura of blood is the strongest, and he should be to change the heaven and change. If he didn't ruin his plan, no one to survive here at midnight. Little Fire Phoenix's tender voice was solemn and dignified. After a slight pause, it said, "Be careful, don't step on the bloodlines in the array, and you won't be trapped. However, this old monster is determined to kill you. I think the best way is to join forces with the 4 Golden Core Adepts and kill him to prevent future troubles." Hearing this, she also felt that this was the only way. Hence, her gaze fell on the 4 Golden Core Adepts. Chapter 363. After all, they had seen her strength. Even if she couldn't defeat them, she would definitely be able to escape. However, they couldn't. If she didn't help them, the 4 of them would probably die here. After all, they had seen her strength. Even if they couldn't defeat her, they would definitely be able to escape. Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised an eyebrow and said, "Help you? We are not related. Why would I take this risk? Even if I can't defeat them, it won't be hard for me to escape. But you guys, it's hard to say." Their hearts sank. They didn't think that she would really have this idea. In a moment, the 4 of them looked at each other. One of them stared at Feng Jiu and asked, "Then, little friend, what do you want before you help us?" She laughed softly, revealing a row of white teeth. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at the 4 of them and said, "Looking at your appearances, you must be rogue cultivators? You've seen my emerald edge sword and know so much about me. If I can't become one of you, why would I take this risk?" Little Fire Phoenix, who was in the space, heard this and rolled his eyes. She was still trying to trick them at a time like this. However, these 4 Golden Core cultivators weren't weak. Some of them had already reached the intermediate stage. If they could be recruited, they would be worth 100. Upon hearing her words, the 4 of them fell silent. The moment she spoke, they immediately understood what she meant. However, even if this little girl was extraordinary, for the 4 of them to lower their heads and respectfully address her as master they couldn't help but feel a little unwilling in their hearts. After all, cultivators who could cultivate to their level could already dominate a small country like this. However, although this little girl's skills were good, she was still a small cultivator who wasn't even at the foundation establishment stage. But if they didn't agree, no matter how high their level was or how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to escape and would lose their lives here. After thinking about it, the four of them looked at each other and asked, "What do you think? We're going to lose our lives. Why would we care about this strand of soul? Yes, even though she's young, she has the aura of a ruler. In the future, she will be extraordinary. Following her won't be a disgrace to us." "I think so too. All right, since no one has any objections, let's each offer a soul to her." Once the divine soul appeared, their lives would be in her hands. If she wanted to kill them, she only needed to crush the divine soul, and they would die without even fighting. Therefore, offering up their souls was already a sign of their utmost sincerity. This was also because of what she had said earlier. After knowing so much about her, if they weren't her own people, how could she let them live? Making up their minds, the four of them took advantage of the fact that the shriveled old man was still in the middle of the formation to send a strand of their spirit to Fengjiu. "Today, we will offer our spirit to show our sincerity in recognizing you as our master." "Master, will this do?" Fengjiu stretched out her hand and took the 4 strands of divine soul into her hand. With a clench of her hand, they disappeared into her palm. She curled her lips and revealed a smile. "Very good. Inhale the medicine, and it will allow you to quickly recover your strength." She took out a bottle of medicine from her space and threw it at them. At the same time, the green sword in her hand attacked them. A sharp sword chi instantly struck in front of them, causing them to shake off the ground, separating them from the blood traces on the ground. Swish! Bang bang! Chapter 364. The power that they had lost seemed to return to their bodies in an instant. Their eyes shined brightly as they clenched their fists and let out a low roar. The spiritual energy in their bodies surged and converged into every vein in their bodies. With a low bellow, their bodies stretched out in midair. Some of them grabbed at the air with their hands and sucked the air currents in the air into their palms. They then slapped down fiercely at the skinny old man who was sitting cross-legged. Some of them formed hand seals with their fingers, and a stream of air shot out to form a cold air blade that split into 3 and attacked the skinny old man with a fierce momentum. The ferocity of their attacks made Fengjiu sigh with emotion. Golden Core cultivators were indeed different. As for the other 2, one waved his hand and the other waved his sleeve. Several hidden weapons shot out toward the skinny old man. The 4 people's attacks formed a circle, not giving him a chance to escape. However, the skinny old man was clearly stronger than the 4 of them. The skinny old man, who had his eyes closed and was forming seals, suddenly opened his bloodthirsty eyes. A bloody light seemed to shoot out from his eyes, and the smell of blood and death wrapped around his body. With a fierce roar, he formed the final seal with both hands and suddenly pushed it upward. A rich, bloody aura spread out from his hands, and a ferocious momentum crashed into the 4 people like a stormy wave, sending them flying. Pooh! The 4 people were injured by the powerful and fierce bloody aura. As their bodies flew out, they spat out blood from their mouths. They heavily fell more than 10 meters away and landed on the edge of the formation. As soon as they came into contact with the blood flowing from the formation, it was as if there were pairs of hands pressing them to the ground. Fortunately, the spiritual chi in their bodies had recovered, and their bodies were no longer as weak as before, unable to stand up. However, they were still injured by the powerful bloody aura, so they couldn't stand up for a while. At this moment, the emaciated old man's vicious and bloodthirsty gaze swept past the 4 people who had collapsed in the formation before landing on Fengjiu, who was standing motionlessly in the middle of the formation. The killing intent in his eyes was so terrifying, and his ferocious face was so terrifying. The ruthlessness of his desire to tear Fengjiu to pieces caused the hearts of the 4 golden core cultivators to involuntarily tighten. Quickly run. The four people couldn't help but shout. At this moment, they couldn't help but worry for her. It wasn't because she was holding their lifeblood, but because they were worried for her safety. After all, if she died, their souls that she had taken away would no longer be a threat. Their warning was only because she was outstanding, because they didn't want to see a ruler with the domineering aura of a ruler who was very likely to rule over a part of the world in the future, be killed before she could rise up and fall. Run? Ha 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 ha. She ruined this old man's plans. Not only will this old man kill her, but I will also make her die without a complete corpse. The voice was bloodthirsty and ruthless. As soon as the voice fell, a murderous aura covered the sky and rushed towards Fengjiu like a rising wave, as if it wanted to drown her in the murderous aura. At the same time, the skinny old man who had been sitting cross-legged flew up at this moment. His hands formed into claws and attacked Fengjiu with a cold and ruthless aura of death. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see his figure. They only felt that the destructive aura of death was so dense that it made it difficult for them to breathe. Chapter 365. At this moment, Fengjiu narrowed her eyes as she watched the old man approach her. She watched as the aura of death enveloped her. The situation was clearly very dangerous, but at this moment, she became increasingly calm. If it was a cultivator who had just entered the golden core stage, she would not have been forced into such a tight corner. However, this old man was already at the peak of the golden core stage and was only a step away from entering the nascent soul stage. In addition, he cultivated an evil technique, so his power was definitely not something an ordinary golden core stage cultivator could compare to. Otherwise, those four golden core stage cultivators would not have been trapped here. When she entered the Jiufu forest, she did not expect to meet such a golden core stage cultivator here. She also did not expect that a cultivator from another country would choose to change his fate here. She also did not expect that she would be involved in this massacre in order to save Luo Yu. At this time, if she was even the slightest bit careless, she would lose her life here. Thus, she had no choice but to be careful and give it her all. That's right, she had to give it her all. This crisis was fierce and did not allow her to dodge or retreat. If she wanted to live, she had to give it her all. In that instant, she took out a medicine and consumed it. The spiritual energy aura around her rapidly rose at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a powerful pressure was released from her body. At that moment, the invisible shackles that tightly bound her legs were broken. She jumped up and poured spiritual energy into the Qing Feng sword in her hand. Her aura changed, and with a clear shout, she met the old monster's attack head-on. Azure Dragon goes to sea. At the same time, the sword chi of the Qing Feng sword instantly turned into a huge dragon and charged towards the old man. The powerful sword aura drove the surrounding aura, causing the air pressure in the air to quickly become low and fierce. The wind blades and air currents were like ice-cold, curved blades that blew in the air. The fierce killing intent carried with it a powerful ancient pressure that caused people's hearts to turn cold. Roar! A dragon-like roar came from the mouth of the huge azure dragon. As the huge dragon head pounced towards the old man, its sharp claws slashed across. The old man's eyes were filled with shock as his black robe was cut open by the fierce air currents. However, before the dragon tail could touch the old man's body, the blood light in his hands swelled and condensed into a blood dragon that swallowed the azure dragon. Two streams of air rushed up and entangled in the air. Looking up, one could see two giant dragons, one green and one red, formed by spiritual power tearing at each other. Wind blades were stirred up, and murderous auras were overflowing. The two dragons were fighting in the air, and Fengjiu was also fighting with the old monster below. In just a few short moves, the old clothes on her body had been cut by the other party's air blades. Her cultivation was far inferior to him, and if it wasn't for her outstanding speed and martial skill, she would be utterly unable to exchange blows with him. After a few moves, she was gradually at a disadvantage. When she saw this, she gritted her teeth and seized the opportunity to toss out 4 bottles to the 4 golden core cultivators who were dumbstruck. Drink it." As soon as she finished speaking, she was hit in the chest by the old monster because she was distracted by throwing something out. A powerful aura of death rushed towards her, giving her no chance to dodge. She could only take the hit. Chapter 366. The four golden core cultivators caught the item she threw out. However, when they looked again, they saw that she was unable to avoid the palm strike and had taken it head-on. Just as they were worried for her, they saw that the palm strike, which was enough to kill her, had only pushed her back 10 meters. The tattered clothes on her body had been torn to shreds, revealing a silvery white color that flashed in their eyes under the night sky. It's actually a defensive treasured robe. The four people sucked in a breath. They didn't expect that she would have such a treasure. Furthermore, seeing that she wasn't injured after taking a palm strike from a peak golden core cultivator, it could be seen that the defensive treasured robe was extraordinary. At this time, the four people noticed that after the tattered and unremarkable clothes on her body had been torn to shreds, a woman wearing a silvery white robe was revealed. Her figure was so beautiful that they couldn't take their eyes off her. Although her face was covered in dust and her appearance couldn't be seen clearly, her sparkling eyes were as bright as the stars. From those eyes, there was a sense of self-confidence and a clear aura. Wrapped in the silvery white robe, her perfectly straight figure no longer appeared small and thin. Instead, it was slender and delicate, yet it exuded a noble aura. It seemed that she really wasn't an extraordinary person. Perhaps she wasn't someone from this small ninth-rank country. Thinking of this, the four people quickly returned to their senses and recalled that after she drank the contents of the bottle, the spiritual power in her body had surged. Their expressions slightly changed, and they glanced at the bottle in their hands. Without hesitation, they opened it and drank it. As soon as it entered their mouths, they could tell that it was a medicine. Moreover, it was an extremely pure medicine. When he felt the medicine slide down his throat to his dantian, he felt a strange flow of air surge in his abdomen. Immediately after, the spiritual power in his body rapidly surged and rushed to the meridians in his body. What a powerful medicine! The four people looked at each other in shock. They didn't expect that a small bottle of medicine would have a miraculous effect that was even more powerful than a pill. This kind of thing was extremely rare, even in their lives. At that moment, he didn't have time to think too much because he heard a loud rumble in the air. The two huge dragons shattered at the same time, and the airflow spread out in the air. The two people below were also fighting. It was obvious that the woman in the silver robe was gradually at a disadvantage because her strength was inferior to her opponent. Seeing this, they quickly gathered their chi and leaped up, surrounding the old monster at the peak of Jindan's stage from all sides. At the same time, they shouted to Fengjiu, whose chi was slightly chaotic and in a slightly sorry state. "Master, you retreat first. Let's deal with him." Hearing this, Fengjiu quickly retreated after dodging the attack of the peak old monster. With her strength as a great spirit master, being able to last this long against a peak gold core expert was already her limit. If she continued to fight, not only would her physical strength not be able to keep up, even her spiritual power would be exhausted. She quickly retreated and panted. She took out a bottle of medicine from her space and drank it. Her gaze swept past the four golden core cultivators who were besieging the pinnacle old monster. Her gaze shifted and fell on the center of the formation. Xiaohua, the bloody aura on that old monster's body should be provided by this formation, right? After breaking this blood soul formation, even if he can fight, his aura will be exhausted, right? She asked with her divine sense, and made up her mind to break this strange blood soul formation first. Chapter 367. Hearing this, Fengjiu's gaze landed on the dancing willow, the wisps floating in midair, but not attacking anyone, as if they had no offensive power. However, in this strange blood soul array, blood and souls were used, so how could the wisps not have any offensive power? As for what kind of offensive power it would have, then let her give it a try. After making up her mind, she leaped up, avoiding the blood array patterns on the ground, and headed towards the center of the array. Perhaps those people who were sitting dazedly in the array were caught early, as they were only hanging on by a thread of life. Their bodies were no longer filled with the aura of living people, but an aura of death. Some of them were still sitting on the ground, while others had already fallen to the ground. After all, they were fighting in this array, and the strong pressure and air blades were spreading in all directions. These people did not know how to dodge, nor could they withstand the strong pressure, so naturally, they had already lost their chance to live. Her gaze only swept past those people, and her heart was calm. The world was so cruel, and many times there was no choice. Even if they did not want to die, without the ability to protect themselves, they could not escape the fate of death. You want to break this old man's blood soul array? The old monster, who was surrounded by 4 golden core cultivators, retreated in a sorry state. When he saw Fengjiu trying to break his array from the corner of his eye, he immediately moved his hand and muttered an incantation. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and the green will-o'-the-wisp split into 2 and shot into the eyes of those people on the ground. Green flames appeared in those people's lifeless eyes. As if they had been injected with souls, they stood up from the ground and attacked her at the same time. "Master, be careful!" Suddenly, a voice sounded. Fengjiu was startled and turned around to see Luo Yu, who was supposed to leave, running back. Her face immediately darkened. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why did you come back? Aren't you afraid of dying?" She spent so much effort to save him, but who knew that he would give up the chance to live and run back? She was so angry. Luo Yu grinned, waved the thing in his hand, and shouted, "Master, I came back to help." Fengjiu saw that he was holding something similar to a bamboo tube, and did not know what it was, but seeing him run over, she hurriedly shouted, "Don't step on the blood patterns in the array." "Okay," he responded loudly as he rushed towards her. Seeing that she had turned around to deal with the people surrounding her, he immediately used a match to light one of the bamboo tubes and shouted, "Mistress, get out of the way." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the bamboo tube in his hand in front of Fengjiu. At the same time, he also threw one in the direction of the people who were fighting. Fengjiu, she was startled and quickly retreated, and at the same time, she saw the bamboo tube explode in the midst of those people who surrounded her, and exploded the dozen people who surrounded her, surrounded a dozen people, surrounded people's. The explosion sound, the loud sound, it's a cough. She retreated, choking on the smell of smoke, and coughed a few times. She was shocked that Luo Yu had gotten such a powerful explosive from who knows where. Bang! As for those 4 golden core cultivators and old monsters, they were not so lucky. Luo Yu threw the explosive in his hand towards them, and when it exploded, they could not dodge at all. Chapter 368. After all, Luo Yu was only a martial grandmaster cultivator. When he was suddenly glared at by the 4 or 5 golden core cultivators, he only felt a strong pressure coming towards him. His heart trembled uncontrollably, and his body was unable to move under the pressure. He couldn't even speak. Fengjiu was also stunned when he saw this scene. The power of Luo Yu's gunpowder was so great that it blasted a large hole in the ground. Some of the blood traces were destroyed and then reconnected. The 4 golden core cultivators were all covered in dirt, and their bodies were charred black. There was even a burnt smell coming from their hair. It was no wonder that they were all so angry. If it wasn't for the fact that he was one of them, Luo Yu would have been torn apart by them. "Brat, can't you throw it more accurately? Throw it at that old bastard." One of them pointed at the old monster, who was also charred black, and scolded. Hearing this, Luo Yu was stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses and nodded blankly. "Oh, okay. Then when I throw it, remember to move away. Otherwise," he swallowed his saliva and suddenly felt that the gazes of these people had become very scary because of his words. "Luo Yu, retreat outside of the formation first." Fengjiu directly took the few gunpowder tubes that he was holding in his arms. He thought that since he couldn't get close, he could use them to destroy the formation core. "Okay, Master, be careful. This is very powerful. You have to move away," Luo Yu instructed, and then quickly retreated 100 meters away. Because it was a battle between Golden Core cultivators, he really couldn't withstand the power. You guys keep him busy. When I destroy his formation core, his strength will be greatly reduced. She shouted at the Golden Core cultivators. At the same time, she waved a sharp sword in her hand. A sword she attacked, slashing vertically at the skulls surrounding the formation core. Shio! Bang, bang, bang. The sword chi attacked in an arc, colliding with the skulls and creating loud bangs. However, after the dust settled, the skulls were covered in blood that surged from the ground. The originally empty eye holes were now emitting a strange blood-red light. One of them floated up and attacked Fengjiu. At this moment, Fengjiu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the skulls to have such a strong resistance. Even Qing Feng's sword Qi couldn't destroy them. Actually, what she didn't know was that the skull's resistance wasn't strong. What was strong was the blood that surrounded the skulls. It was the blood of countless Yin spirits that was resisting. The formation core was the weak point of this formation. If the formation core was destroyed, the hundreds of Yin spirits in this blood soul formation would be turned into ashes. Therefore, even without the old monster's control, even if they were afraid of the ancient divine pressure on her, they could only hold on. Seeing this, Feng Jiu ignited the explosive tubes in her hand and threw them out. One was thrown at the skulls, and the other was thrown at the center of the formation. Then, she quickly retreated. Just as she retreated, she heard two loud rumbles behind her. The power was so great that even the dust on the ground was blown up. Pooh! The old monster who wanted to go forward but was held back by the 4 Golden Core cultivators suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood-red aura on his body gradually weakened. His entire person seemed to have aged in an instant. Even the skin on his face wrinkled. Chapter 369. As soon as he finished speaking, all the aura in his body surged. The powerful pressure and airflow from his body accompanied by the roaring of the bloody and deathly aura. His bloodthirsty and malicious eyes stared straight at Fengjiu. His whole body flew out like a rocket, enveloping Fengjiu with all the airflow and pressure in his body. He was determined to perish together with Fengjiu in this attack. The overwhelming, deathly aura swept across and actually swept away the 4 Golden Core adepts. As they were swept away, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. That powerful pressure and airflow was clearly the full strength of a peak Golden Core adept. He was determined to perish together with Fengjiu in this attack. Just as he said, even if he died, he would drag the woman who ruined his plans down with him. Run! The 4 of them screamed. They were powerless to help and could only watch the woman in the silver-white robe stand there motionless. They didn't know if she was scared out of her wits or something else, but she just stood there and watched. They asked her to run, but she actually revealed a strange smile. It really made people think that she was scared out of her wits. Master, Luoyu was also stunned by this scene. He wanted to go forward, but he couldn't because the old monster's golden core pressure was too strong. Even though he was 100 meters away, his whole body was stiff and couldn't move. He could only watch the scene unfold with his eyes wide open. Master, that his fists were tightly clenched, and his heart was in a knot. In his opinion, Master should be unable to move under that pressure. At this moment, he was extremely regretful. If he had been more careful, perhaps Master wouldn't have been in danger because of him and wouldn't have ended up in this situation. If Master died because of him, how could he explain it to everyone when he returned? He was afraid that his conscience wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life. At this moment, he couldn't bear and didn't dare to watch the scene in front of him. He was used to bloody scenes of life and death, and his strength couldn't imagine seeing her blood splattered on the scene with his own eyes. However, he couldn't close his eyes. He could not watch. Even if the blood was extremely bloody, even if the scene was extremely cruel, he had to open his eyes and watch. However, what he didn't expect was that what greeted him wasn't the scene of his master's blood splattering on the spot. Instead, it was an extremely shocking scene. Dressed in a silver-white robe, she stood in the night like a god, majestic and holy. She stood there without moving, without fear or surprise. The azure-edged sword was stabbed into the mud in front of her. Her hands formed a complicated seal in front of her, and her lips moved slightly as she chanted. As she formed the seal in her hand, a dazzling light emanated from her body. Her body emitted a powerful and shocking pressure. At this moment, her sharp gaze swept towards the old monster that was pouncing over. Her voice seemed to come from ancient times, dignified and cold. Divine soul, phoenix flame, exterminate. Following her voice, a raging scarlet flame instantly surged out from her body. The flame stirred with a whoosh, forming the shape of a huge fire phoenix. A phoenix cry seemed to come from the shape of the fire phoenix, echoing in the night. In the next moment, the huge flame, accompanied by a powerful and shocking pressure, swept up the air and engulfed the old monster's entire being, and even the aura that was coming towards her. Burning it, No. Chapter 370. Fengjiu seemed to have used up all the strength in her body. Seeing the old monster being burned to ashes by the phoenix flames, the crisis was averted. She only felt her vision darken and finally couldn't hold on any longer as she fell backwards. Mistress! Luo Yu recovered from the shocking scene. He didn't even have time to think about where that flame-shaped fire phoenix came from. Seeing her fall, he cried out in alarm and dashed over to catch her. Mistress? Mistress? Mistress! He anxiously called out. Seeing that she had fainted in his arms, no matter how he called out, there wasn't the slightest bit of movement. Anxious and worried, he hurriedly used his hand to check her breathing. Seeing that she was still breathing, he finally relaxed. At this time, the 4 golden core cultivators also recovered from the shock. They looked at each other and couldn't suppress the shock in their hearts and from their souls. Looking at the person who had fainted, they hurriedly walked over. What are you doing? Luo Yu stared at them vigilantly. With one hand, he pulled out the Qing Feng sword that his mistress had stabbed into the ground and stored it in his space. Then, he quickly carried her and retreated. In his heart, he thought that if these 4 people had the intention to kill them, then with his strength, he wouldn't be able to protect his mistress. You don't have to be nervous. We don't have any bad intentions. One of them said, indicating for him not to be nervous. We've recognized her as our mistress, so she's our mistress. Let's first find a place to put her down. We'll check on her condition. Another person said. Looking at the surrounding area that was emitting a foul stench, he frowned. The other 2 nodded and said, That's right. The smell of blood in this place is too strong. Let's leave first. Seeing this, Luo Yu thought of how they had dealt with the old monster together. Only then did he relax and nodded, all right. Then, carrying the unconscious Fengjiu, he quickly left the area. The group of people found a place that was far away from the smell of blood before stopping. Placing her on the grass, Luo Yu then asked worriedly, Mistress doesn't have any wounds on her body, but why is she unconscious? Could she have suffered an internal injury? He wasn't Fan Lin and didn't understand medicine. At this time, he didn't know if she had suffered an internal injury. Let me take a look, one of the golden core cultivators said as he stepped forward to check her pulse. After a while, he retracted his hand and said, She fainted due to excessive consumption of her qi and blood. It should be because the last blow consumed too much of her qi and blood that she couldn't hold on and fainted. It's not a big deal. She should wake up after some rest. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Luo Yu nodded. He didn't say anything else and simply sat by the side, watching over Zhang Xian. Let's treat our wounds and recuperate. After exchanging glances with each other, they walked to a spot not far away and changed out of their tattered and charred robes. They then took out medicine and bandaged their wounds. After that, they washed their faces with water from their water pouches before returning to the Fengjiu and sitting cross-legged to regulate their breathing. Time quietly passed by in the night. The tranquility after the crisis made people unable to help but relax. Perhaps it was because the powerful pressure that shrouded this place had gradually dissipated. As the sky gradually brightened, the roar of a ferocious beast could be faintly heard from the forest. However, what they didn't expect was that Fengjiu would wake up at daybreak. They thought that she would wake up at dawn, but she actually fell asleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 371. Feng Manor, the dark night was serene. Midnight was the time when people slept the most deeply. Although the Feng Manor had people keeping watch, a figure still silently entered the Feng Manor. Like a ghost, it arrived at the old man's courtyard. Two streams of air silently shot out from between his fingers. The guards guarding the courtyard froze and stood there motionlessly. They only saw a black figure wearing a large black cloak pass by them and enter the old man's room. The old man sleeping in the room was already a light sleeper. When a strange presence suddenly appeared in the room, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Just as he was about to shout, a black figure approached and pressed a pressure point on his body. He immediately lost consciousness and fainted. The person wearing the black cloak that covered his entire body carried him on his shoulder. Just as he was about to leave the Feng Manor, he ran into Lao Bai, who was not sleeping at night. Chi. Lao Bai saw the person in the black cloak pass by with the old man in the black cloak. He leapt forward and opened his mouth to bite, but who knew that he would be met with a powder? He let out a low cry and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The person in the black cloak glanced back at Lao Bai on the ground. With a wave of his sleeve, he quickly disappeared into the night with the old man. The next morning after Guanxilin went to see Feng Xiao, he did not see the old man's figure, so he asked, "Godfather, did grandfather not come?" Feng Xiao, who was sitting on the bed, shook his head and said, "I did not see him this morning. Maybe he hasn't woken up yet." During this period of recuperation, in addition to the medicine and pills, his body recovered very quickly. However, when he coughed, his chest would still hurt. Although his complexion and blood had mostly recovered, his internal organs were injured. Even speaking loudly was painful. It was because of this that his daughter had specially run to Jufulin and said that she was going to find something that could be used to make medicine for him. However, she had been gone for many days. Who knew if they had encountered any danger? You've been taking the medicine that Xiao Jiu left behind, right? Has the wound on your chest gotten better these past few days? It's gotten better, but I can't get angry. If I get angry, it will still hurt. Feng Xiao smiled and said, "In truth, this is already considered good. If it were not for Xiao Jiu's proficiency in medicine, I fear that I would not have been able to keep my life." "Godfather, there's no need to worry. Xiao Jiu said that he can completely recover, so he definitely can. He just needs time to recover, but this is also good. Godfather, once you recover, you can go into secluded cultivation. I trust that your strength will soar." Feng Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect Xiao Jiu to be so capable. That day, Father told me that Xiao Jiu had mentioned that she wanted to take us to another country to live and settle down there. In fact, in my opinion, it doesn't matter where we live. It's just that the family is together and safe. Yes, being together as a family is more important than anything else." He looked at Feng Xiao with a determined gaze and smiled. "That's why when I succeed in my cultivation, I want to enter Enchanting Kingdom School of Stars and Clouds to cultivate. Then, I will find out where my parents are. I think as long as I go out, I will definitely be able to find them." He smiled and encouraged, "That's right. Anything is possible as long as you do it." Chapter 372. Hearing this, Feng Xiao was startled, and the smile on his face disappeared. He slowly lowered his gaze and remained silent. Seeing this, Guanxilin felt a little apologetic. He knew that he had asked something he shouldn't have, so he hurriedly said, "Father, I'm sorry. I was just asking out of curiosity." Feng Xiao glanced at him and shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lang Shuang quickly walk in from outside. "Master, something has happened." At this moment, Lang Shuang's expression was cold and serious. Behind him were the 7 Phoenix Guards. This was the first time they had stepped into this room, and it was also the first time they had seen their master leaning against the head of the bed with a good complexion since he had fallen unconscious. Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask too much. More importantly, the old man had been kidnapped, and his whereabouts were unknown. Feng Xiao glanced at the 7 Phoenix Guards who had followed him in, then looked at Lang Shuang and asked, "What's going on? What happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" Lang Shuang paused for a moment, then said, "Master, let me finish. Don't get angry and impatient." Seeing this, Feng Xiao nodded with a serious expression. He took a deep breath and said, "Speak. I'm not a brat. I won't lose my composure." He knew his body's condition. Lung Shuang's words were also reminding him that no matter what he heard, he had to remain calm. At this moment, the only thing he could think of was the old man and Xiao Jiao. Could it be that something had happened to them? Xiao Jiao was in Jufulin. Even if something had happened, the news couldn't have been sent back so quickly. So it could only be the old man. Thinking that he hadn't seen him since this morning, he exhaled softly and calmed himself down. He asked, "What happened to the old man?" "The old man has been kidnapped." She looked at Feng Xiao worriedly, afraid that he would be angered by the news. However, he wasn't. After hearing the news, his expression was calm. It was as if he was thinking about something. There was no panic, but the worry in his eyes could not be hidden. "What? Grandfather has been kidnapped? How is that possible?" Guan Shilin's face was filled with shock. He didn't quite believe what he had heard. With the old man's strength, who would have the ability to sneak into the Feng Manor and kidnap him without alerting anyone? "Tell me the details." Feng Zhao's voice as he spoke, his sharp eyes to Lung Shuang. "How was it discovered, and who discovered it? Tell me everything you know." "Yes." Lung Shuang complied and said, "When Master left, he told me to send a portion of medicinal food to the old man every day. When I went over this morning, I saw that the expressions of the guards in the yard were off. They were standing there with their bodies stiff. Only when I went forward to check did I realize that someone had sealed their acupuncture points. When I went into the old man's room to check, the bed was cold. There were no signs of fighting in the room, and after checking, there were no clues left behind. The only thing I know is that from the guards whose acupuncture points were sealed, a person wearing a black cloak kidnapped the old man last night." At this time, Fan Lin went forward and said, "Family head, after we received the news, we went to the manor to investigate. Last night, aside from Lao Bai calling out, we didn't hear anything else out of the ordinary." Lao Bai. Chapter 373. Hearing his question, the others thought that Lao Bai might know something. Chi Kong of the Phoenix Guards immediately said, "It should be at the fake mountain. I'll go take a look." As soon as he said this, he turned around and rushed out. "Family head, your body?" Fan Lin asked. He knew medicine. Seeing his family head's mental state, how was it not good in the slightest? But what was with the news that had been released recently? What exactly did the eldest young miss want to do? "My body is fine. I'm just taking advantage of the situation. It's good that you know. Don't let the news leak," Feng Xiao said in a calm voice. He gestured for Guan Shilin to help him get off the bed and sit at the table in the outer room. The others looked at each other. Suppressing the doubts in their hearts, they followed. No wonder the eldest young miss did not allow anyone to enter this room. It turned out that the family head was not unconscious. They had covered up this news quite well. If it were not for them coming in because they were worried, they might not have known that the family head's body was fine. The matter of the old man being kidnapped. Before Xiao Jiao returns, seal off the news. Do not let the slightest bit of news leak out. Feng Xiao calmed down and said in a calm voice, "Also, if anyone comes to visit the manor, close the door and refuse to see them." "Yes," the others replied in a low voice. They knew the severity of the problem. Currently, Feng Xiao was unconscious. If the news of the old man being kidnapped was leaked, it would be one disaster after another for the Feng Manor. Currently, the powers in the royal family did not dare to move against the Feng Manor because they were afraid of the old man and the Phoenix Guard's power. If they found out that the old man was missing and kidnapped, the consequences would be unthinkable. Not long after, Chi Kong returned and said, "Lao Bai is sleeping very soundly at the fake mountain. I checked and found some powder on the ground. My initial guess is that when the person kidnapped the old master last night, Lao Bai should have discovered it. He was just tricked. Also, I found this under Lao Bai's belly." He took out the item he had found while moving Lao Bai and placed it on the table. "Master, take a look. Does this belong to the old master?" It was a piece of jade the size of a fingernail. The quality of the jade was excellent. It was dark green and moist. Although it was only a small piece, It could be seen from the moist surface that this piece of jade was not an ordinary piece of jade. This is an old master's. After looking at it, Feng Xiao shook his head and pondered. This kind of jade is very common even in the Brilliant Sun Empire. It should have been accidentally dropped by the people who kidnapped the old man. However, with such a small piece of jade the size of a fingernail, it would be impossible to investigate. It's better to have some clues than no clues at all. At least we know that the old man's life shouldn't be in danger. Guan Shilin said as he picked up the nail-sized jade piece and said, I'll take this jade piece to the black market and let them check it out. Maybe they'll know where this jade came from. If there are clues, we can also track down Grandpa's whereabouts. You can take this jade piece to the black market. However, this is our only clue. Be careful not to lose it. Feng Xiao nodded as he spoke. Thinking of how Guan Shilin had said that the old man's life would not be in danger, he relaxed slightly. Seeing that she had woken up, the four of them stood up and came to her side. They cupped their hands and bowed to her, Master. Logically speaking, they originally felt that she couldn't accept this bow. After all, she wasn't even a foundation establishment cultivator, while they were already golden core cultivators. However, after witnessing her strength and methods, they were willing to accept this bow wholeheartedly and wholeheartedly convinced. Hearing the four call him Master, Feng Jiu revealed a smile. It was only at this moment that he began to carefully examine the people in front of him. Although the four of them were all golden core cultivators, their strengths were different. Two of them were in their 40s, while the other two looked to be in their 50s or 60s. The four of them all wore gray robes. Although they looked unremarkable, the aura of golden core cultivators could not be ignored. Chapter 375. Hearing this, the four of them were slightly startled. What did she mean? If they were unwilling, how could they acknowledge her as their master? Moreover, the lifeline of their souls was in her hands. Did they have any other choice? As if she knew what they were thinking, Feng Jiu took out 4 strands of their souls and returned them to them. She said, I took a strand of your souls just in case. Now that the danger is gone, I'll return this strand of your souls to you. If you want to leave, then leave on your own. The 4 divine souls were retrieved by the 4 of them. However, at this moment, their hearts trembled slightly. With their strength, if she could take them as her subordinates, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, they did not expect that she would actually return their divine souls to them, and even say such words. Regardless of whether she was sincere or testing them, at this moment, their lifeline was no longer in her hands. To them, this was real and could be considered a good thing. After all, no one was willing to have their lives in someone else's hands. However, giving them the choice of whether to leave or not, giving them a second chance to make a decision, made the 4 of them fall silent. Stay or leave? This was a question worth pondering. At this moment, Luo Yu also nervously held his breath as he looked at them. Would the 4 of them choose to stay? If they chose to stay, then it would definitely be a good thing for Master. After all, the strength of these 4 golden core cultivators far surpassed the strength of the Phoenix Guards. The 4 of them fell silent for a while and looked at each other. Then, they said to Feng Jiu, We're willing to stay and serve Master. In terms of the present, her strength was indeed not enough for them to be loyal to her. However, they were looking at the long term. From the battle that night, they knew that she was definitely not someone who would stay in a small pond. Hearing this, Feng Jiu curled her lips into a smile. Light flickered in her eyes, and between her brows was a sense of confidence and arrogance. She said, You'll know that the decision you made today is the most correct one. She stood up from the ground and looked straight at them. She said, But you must remember that my subordinates will not allow anyone with disloyalty. If one day you betray me, no matter where you are, I will kill you no matter how far you are. The 4 of them were shocked by the coldness and imposing manner in her voice. At this moment, they did not doubt her words at all. If they really betrayed her one day, she would definitely do what she said today. Thinking of this, the 4 of them composed themselves and asked with a serious expression, May I ask for your name, Master? She glanced at them and said, "Fengjiu." The four of them nodded. At this moment, they pointed two fingers to the sky and said in a low voice, "We hereby swear that from today onwards, we will be loyal to Fengjiu and treat him as our master. We will follow him for life and will never betray him. If I violate this oath, I shall be punished by heaven and earth." Almost as soon as they finished speaking, a complex pattern appeared on the ground where the four of them were standing. It was connected by surging spiritual energy and finally disappeared between their eyebrows. Seeing this scene, Fengjiu's eyes moved slightly. If he was still a little worried about them before, at this moment, it could be said that he was completely relieved. An oath to heaven and earth was not a joke. If they really dared to betray her and have disloyalty towards her, heaven and earth would kill them without her doing anything. This was the law of heaven and earth in this world. Chapter 376. With this oath, he naturally did not have any suspicions towards them. He naturally trusted them. However, at this moment, he still felt that everything was like a dream. It was so unreal. Who would have thought that he would almost die in Jufu Forest when he had only come with his master to look for medicine? Now, not only had he not died, his master had also taken in 4 golden core cultivators as subordinates. If these 4 people were in the country of Glorious Sun, even the country's ruler would have to treat them with respect. Now, however, they were only his master's subordinates. Just thinking about it made him excited. If he had not come out with his master, he would not have thought that his master would be so powerful. Fengjiu looked at the 4 of them and said with a smile, "I came to Jufu Forest to look for medicine. Since you have all chosen to serve me as your master, then come back to the Feng Manor with me after you have obtained the medicine." Yes. The 4 complied and followed her into the depths of the forest. The few of them stayed in the 9-volt forest for another 2 days. With 4 golden core cultivators around, some of the ferocious beasts in the forest did not dare to approach them. Thus, they did not encounter any danger or delay along the way. In the meantime, Fengjiu brought them to the deepest part of Jufu Forest and dug out the volcano earth core black mud, or that she needed for this trip. Only then did she leave with them and head towards Yinyue City. After all, there was no way to hide the truth. The Feng Manor closed its doors every day, and the old man was nowhere to be seen. The Feng Manor's strange movements naturally attracted the attention of those who were interested. After asking around, the news of the old man's disappearance finally spread. The Feng guards had no way of covering it up. "Family head, I don't know how the news got out. Early in the morning, the entire city knew about it. Now, quite a few people have sent people to inquire about the old man's whereabouts. Even the country's ruler has sent people over." Inside Feng Zhao's room, a Feng guard reported the current situation in the city as well as the Feng Manor's current situation. Once the news of the old man's disappearance spread, not only were the people outside the manor discussing it, even the people inside the manor were discussing it. There were even some servants who were extremely worried. After all, as they saw it, with the family head unconscious and the old man missing, the Feng Manor might not be able to hold on. Don't worry about what's happening outside the manor. Just make sure that everyone in the manor doesn't panic. Feng Xiao said in a calm voice as he asked, "How is the matter I asked you to transfer the Phoenix Guards back? We've already sent one of our men back to call for reinforcements. They should arrive within the next 2 days." Hearing this, Feng Xiao nodded. "Yes, remember not to attract the attention of the forces in the city. Let them disguise themselves and wait for orders in the city. Also, if Xiao Jiu comes back, come and tell me immediately." "Yes." Fan Lin responded and left. However, just as Fan Lin left, another Phoenix Guard walked in. "Master, there are 2 martial arts great masters outside the residence who have come to visit. They are carrying orders from the palace and told them that the residence is closed to visitors. However, they refused to leave and said that they must enter the residence today." Hearing this, Feng Xiao, who was sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and asked with a frown, "Wu Zong?" He thought for a moment, then said, "Then they're the country's people. However, what are they doing here?" The Phoenix Guard hesitated for a moment, then glanced at him and said, "They seem to have come for Old Bai." What? Chapter 377. These people are so shameless. Feng Xiao angrily shouted. His anger aggravated his internal injuries, and he couldn't help but grunt in pain. Family head, your body hasn't recovered yet. You can't get angry. Lung Hua spoke from the side. He glanced at the phone guard and said with a bit of displeasure, weren't the manners matters given to you to handle? Why are you asking the family head about this matter? The family head's health isn't good. Master said that we can't get angry. If his condition worsens, can you bear the consequences? Hearing this, the phone guard was stunned. It seemed that he never thought that Lung Hua, who had been silently watching over the family head like an invisible person, would say such a thing. Hearing his meaning, it seemed that he wanted them to make their own decisions and not disturb the family head. However, if the family head was unconscious, that would be one thing, but the family head was awake. If the manners matters were decided without his permission, they were worried that they wouldn't do a good job. Go block them. Our Feng family is now a family clan. We no longer have anything to do with them. Even if they come with the country's token, block them. And they want to covet Xiao Jiu's old bai. They really are shameless. Feng Xiao angrily spoke, but he held his chest in fear of aggravating his internal injuries. At the same time, he slowed down his voice and suppressed his anger. Yes, after receiving the order, the phone guard retreated. When he turned around, he glanced at the young man who was busy pouring water for the family head. The words of this young man, who seemed unremarkable to them, were filled with decisiveness and fierceness. It caused them to have a whole new level of respect for him. Outside the manor, two elders stood with their hands behind their backs. Seeing that the door hadn't opened for a long time, anger appeared on their faces. One of them heavily snorted. How long has he been gone? Who did he ask for permission? Why hasn't the door opened after so long? There's no one in the manor. The person in charge really is different. He doesn't even know the rules. The other elder also angrily spoke. Ever since that battle, they didn't have the slightest good impression of the Feng Manor. Since the country's lord wanted to exterminate someone, they naturally didn't need to give him any face. Moreover, the elders of the Feng Manor had disappeared, and Feng Xiao was lying half dead. What could the remaining girl do? If it wasn't for the Feng Guard, the Feng Manor could have been overthrown at any time. How could the country's lord not know that they had come here today? How is that possible? In truth, the lord just wanted to see how much longer the Feng Manor could hold on. He also wanted to see how he could take over the Feng Manor's Feng Guards. Based on what they knew, he was currently making plans. They believed that it would not be long before the various powers in the city would take action against the Feng Manor. When that time came, the Feng Manor's eldest young miss, Feng Qinggu, would have no one to help her. Naturally, she would have to go to the country's lord. The country's lord would then take advantage of this opportunity to have her hand over the Phoenix Guards and have the Phoenix Guards return to the palace. Without the Feng Manor's protection, without Feng Xiao and the old man's protection, not to mention secondary princess, even if Feng Qinggu was a concubine, she would still have to marry. At this time, the Feng Manor's door opened. The two angrily raised their heads. When they saw the 6 Feng guards walk out, they furrowed their brows and asked, "What happened? Is the Feng Manor's eldest young miss not home? Why is it so troublesome to pass a message?" Chapter 378. Hearing these words, the two were clearly enraged. One of them shouted, "How bold! Do you know who we are? You actually dare to refuse us entry? It's the same no matter who comes. Please return." The 6 of them blocked the entrance and calmly looked at the 2 elders who were closing in. Their cultivations had not reached the level of a martial ancestor, but if their masters came, humph. Not to mention these 2, even if 2 more came, they would have to crawl out. Perhaps they felt that the current Feng Manor was no longer fearful, but the 2 elders saw that they were blocking the entrance and did not allow them to enter. One of them strode forward and waved his sleeve, shouting, "Leave. This old man wants to go in and see the Feng family's eldest young miss. If you continue to block me, do not blame this old man for being impolite." The 6 people were shocked by the elders' pressure, and their bodies were pushed back in an instant. Just as they were about to take action, they heard a voice. What's going on here? When the voice came, Everyone outside the Feng Manor's entrance followed the voice and looked at the person who had come. They saw Murong Yixian, who was wearing a purple robe with one hand in front of him and the other behind his back. His handsome face was slightly heavy and his brow was slightly furrowed. His gaze was filled with displeasure and sharpness as he stared at the two elders. "Aren't the two of you guarding my lord father's side? Why have you come to the Feng Manor's entrance to cause trouble?" The usually warm voice was now filled with dignity and displeasure. He stared at the two elders with a gaze that was as sharp as a sword. It was as if he wanted to see through their thoughts. "Greetings, third prince." The two elders saw that the person who had come was Murong Yixian and were slightly startled. They did not dare put on airs and saluted in a proper manner. As they saw it, although Murong Yixian was only a prince, his talent and strength were extremely outstanding among the younger generation. In the future, his achievements would definitely not be normal. In fact, he would far surpass Murong Bo. Thus, the two did not dare be too impudent in front of him. However, Murong Yixian's marriage with Feng Qingge had already been ruined. Why did he keep coming to the Feng Manor? Based on what they knew, the people of the Feng Manor did not like him very much. Third prince. The 6 Phoenix guards also cupped their hands and bowed. Then, their gazes swept past the two elders who had their eyes lowered and did not speak. Fan Lin opened his mouth and said, "The manor has orders to close the doors and refuse to see anyone." After we reported this, these two elders refused to leave and even wanted to force their way in. They said that they wanted to exchange something with our eldest miss for her mount, Old White. Third prince, please ask if this is the intention of these two elders? Or is it the monarch's idea? Hearing those words, Murong Yixian's gaze slightly sunk as he swept towards the two old men. Is this true? This that the two of them hesitated and remained silent. Seeing the two's expressions, Murong Yixian's face became stern, saying, "The Feng Manor is a family that protects the country. Even if power has already been handed over, even if General Feng has fallen, this prince will not allow anyone to bully the people of the Feng Manor. This time, this prince will not argue with you. But if there is a next time, even if Imperial Father protects you, this prince will not let you off easily." His voice was stern and dignified. When the originally gentle and refined person became angry, it caused people to not dare look him in the eye. His words were forceful. Not only did it let the two elders know his position, it also let the surrounding people secretly observing the Feng Manor know that he was definitely protecting the Feng Manor. Chapter 379. Being scolded like this, the two old men became angry from embarrassment, but they restrained themselves. They only glanced at the Phoenix guards and did not salute Murong Yixian before leaving with a flick of their sleeves. Even Murong Bo would not use such a tone to speak to them. But this Murong Yixian did not give them any face when scolding them. What did he say about giving face to his father? If he really was giving face to his father, then he should not be protecting the Feng Manor. Murong Yixian watched the two of them leave, but his heart sank. Who knew what he was thinking? After a long time, he glanced at the Phoenix guards and wanted to say something, but in the end, he only glanced at the Feng Manor and left without saying anything. The Phoenix guards saw him turn and leave and could not help but look at each other. They returned to the main gate and closed it again, hiding the curiosity and prying eyes of outsiders towards the Feng Manor. 2 days later, in the morning, the sky had not yet brightened and the surroundings were dark. The flying boat quietly landed outside Yinyu City. It did not disturb anyone and did not attract anyone's attention. After they disembarked from the flying boat, Feng Jiu put away the flying boat and said, "Luo Yu, you return to the manor first. I will be back before nightfall." "Master is not going back now?" Luo Yu was slightly startled. They were already in Yinyu City. If she did not return to the Feng Manor, where would she go? Feng Jiu glanced at him. "I did not say, so don't ask. You will know what you need to know." Hearing this, he smiled embarrassedly and replied, "Yes, then I will return to the manor first." As he spoke, he began to walk forward. However, the sky was still not bright, and the city gates had not opened. In order to not attract attention, Feng Jiu changed into a set of old and tattered clothes before entering the city. When the sky was bright and the city gates opened, he and the 4 golden core cultivators headed towards Peach Blossom Cove. Luo Yu, who had returned to the city, sensed that something was off the moment he entered the city. Some of the small businesses in the city or the beggars squatting in the corners all smiled at him when they saw him. Especially when he passed by a tea stall and saw a familiar face. He knew that he had not mistaken those people. He had originally planned on going straight to the Feng Manor, but now he stopped and sat down at the tea stall. He loudly called out, "Give me a cup of tea." "He's here." The person who was busy making tea responded and walked over with the teapot. When he saw the person sitting there, he was slightly startled. Seeing that it was still early and there were not many people on the street, he smiled and went forward. He lowered his voice and asked, "Captain, why are you here?" "I should be the one asking you that. Why are you all here? Why are there so many of our brothers lying in ambush as soon as I enter the city? What's going on?" He had only gone out with his master for a while. Why was it that when he came back, he saw that the Phoenix Guards had been transferred over? What were they trying to do by disguising themselves as commoners in the city? "We received orders to come here. All of our brothers are in the city." "Captain, did you just come back? I heard that you went out with the eldest young miss. You probably don't know what happened in the Feng family recently, right?" Luo Yu, who had just taken a sip of tea, suddenly had a bad premonition. He asked what happened. "We don't know the exact situation. We only know that the old man has been kidnapped. It's already been a few days." The man lowered his voice and spoke. He then saw the captain, who had been drinking tea, suddenly change his expression. He put down the cup of tea on the table and suddenly stood up. He then walked toward the Feng Manor. Chapter 380. Luo Yu, who had quickly returned to the Feng Manor, headed straight for Feng Zhao's courtyard. Fan Lin and the others heard that he had returned, and they all came out to welcome him. They originally thought that they would see the eldest young miss, but who knew that they would only see Luo Yu return alone. "Luo Yu, why did you come back alone? Where's the eldest young miss?" Luo Yu saw them and quickly asked, "I heard that the old master was kidnapped? What was going on?" Based on the old master's strength, how could he have been kidnapped? There's no mistake, right? The old master was kidnapped, and his whereabouts are unknown. We suppressed the news for a few days. We originally thought that we could suppress it until the eldest young miss returned, but who knew that the news would spread in just a few days? Because of this, the manor has not been able to rest for the past few days. Hearing this, Luo Yu asked, "When I entered the city, I saw that all of my brothers had arrived. Master and the others shouldn't have also come, right?" "They've all come. They're currently in the family head's courtyard." Fan Lin said then asked, "Where's the eldest young miss? Why didn't she come back with you? Something shouldn't have happened, right?" He could not be blamed for thinking this way. Recently, one thing after another had happened in the Feng Manor. It was hard for him not to think this way. Ba. What nonsense are you saying? Master is doing very well." He unhappily glared at them and said, "I'll go see the family head and master first." As he spoke, he quickly walked toward Feng Zhao's courtyard. Seeing this, the few of them quickly followed behind. In Feng Zhao's courtyard, 8 middle-aged men in their 40s were currently sitting in the courtyard with serious expressions. Who knew what they were talking about? Occasionally, they would nod and whisper to each other. Only when they saw a figure quickly walk in did they stop talking. "Master, martial uncles." Luo Yu stepped into the courtyard and called out, arriving in front of them. "You've all come." Luo Yu's master glanced at him, but did not see Feng Qingji's figure. He could not help but ask with a heavy expression, "Didn't you say that you went out with the eldest young miss? Why is it only you? Where's the eldest young miss?" Master still had something to do. "She said that she would return in the evening and told me to come back first." Hearing this, the expressions on their faces eased a little. The masters in the manor had met with mishaps one after another. They were worried that something would happen to eldest Mississippi. If that happened, it would be really troublesome. Since you've already recognized her as your master, you should stay by her side and protect her. Why did you come back by yourself? Right now, the Fu is in troubled times. If something were to happen to eldest Miss, who would bear the responsibility? Luo Yu's master reproached him, blaming him for not accompanying Fengjiu to protect her. Hearing this, Luo Yu looked at his master with an aggrieved expression and said, "Master doesn't want me to follow her, so I can't disobey her words." Long Shuang walked out of his room and called out to Luo Yu, "Luo Yu, the family head is calling for you." "Master, martial uncles, I'll go in first to report this matter to the patriarch," he said, and quickly walked into the room. When the people in the courtyard saw this, they looked at each other. When they saw that the other Phoenix guards had arrived, they said, "All of you come here." Fan Lin and the others obeyed and walked over, each calling out to their master. One of the middle-aged men glanced at the 7 people and said in a heavy voice, "Let me ask you, why is it that among the 8 of you, only Luo Yu has recognized her as his master?" When they heard this, they fell silent, not knowing what to say. Chapter 381. Fan Lin hesitated for a moment, glanced at them, and said, "We originally wanted to see eldest Mrs. Ability, but we didn't expect it to drag on." Luo Yu, on the other hand, was beaten up by eldest Miss once and immediately recognized her as his master. "Oomph, I think you're all used to being arrogant." The middle-aged man heavily snorted and clasped his hands behind his back, saying, "Don't forget, you are all Phoenix guards. We raised you since you were young and trained you for the sake of becoming eldest young Miss right-hand men. Now look at yourselves. You've been here for so long, yet you still haven't recognized her as your master." Hearing that they were being reprimanded, they lowered their heads and did not speak. They had indeed gone too far in this matter. I will give you a reminder. Seize the opportunity yourselves. Otherwise, you'll be crying if you miss it. The middle-aged man snorted and gestured, "Leave. Don't just stand there." "Yes." The few of them replied and left the room. After they left, the people in the courtyard shook their heads. These children are too arrogant. How could they not know what Fan Lin and the others were thinking? Thinking back, they were also like this in the past. They were arrogant and did not want to recognize a useless person as their master. But in the end, they were subdued by their master. It was not only because of his strength, but also because of his character and loyalty. That brat Luo Yu usually doesn't seem to be much of a show-off. Who would have thought that he would be more perceptive than the others in this matter? One of them revealed a smile. It was clear that he was very satisfied with Luo Yu's actions. "That's right. I never thought that Luo Yu would be the first to recognize her as his master. That brat's perceptiveness is quite good." Another person nodded and smiled. Another person also smiled and said, "We haven't seen eldest young miss in a long time. If it weren't for Master mentioning it, we never would have thought that eldest young miss would have this kind of ability. It really is too surprising." In regards to Fengjiu's identity as a ghost doctor, their master, Feng Xiao, had already told them. It was because of this that they were angry that the 7 Phoenix guards had not recognized her as their master. Say, they had spent the entire day in the Feng Manor, yet they had not even figured out the identity of the eldest young miss, the ghost doctor. Also, only Luo Yu had recognized her as master. How could they be so blind? As for Luo Yu, he was currently telling Feng Xiao about what they had encountered along the way. When Feng Xiao heard that they had encountered such danger along the way, his heart tightened. It was only when he heard that they had escaped and that even the 4 golden core cultivators had recognized Xiaojiu as their master that he finally relaxed. Good. It's good that you're back safely." He exhaled lightly. He felt that this trip was extremely dangerous. If they hadn't turned misfortune into fortune, it would have been difficult for them to return alive. When he thought of this, his heart tightened. He thought to himself, "I have to tell Xiaojiu to be more careful in the future. If he isn't confident in winning, he can't be so reckless. Like this time, if he's careless and something happens, the consequences will be unimaginable to deal with an old monster at the peak of the Golden Core stage. A little girl like her was truly too reckless." Luo Yu glanced at Feng Xiao, then continued. "After entering the city, Master and the others left. However, I reckon that Master still doesn't know about the old man's disappearance, but Master said that he would return home in the evening." Chapter 382. At this moment, in the Peach Blossom Cove, Fengjiu first let the 4 golden core cultivators stay here, while she went to the courtyard where the soul wood was placed. The courtyard was located in a more secluded place, and there was less sunlight, and it was cooler. In addition, ever since their family cultivated in this courtyard with the help of the talisman soul wood, the yin-chi here was even stronger. Under the shade of a tree, where there was no sunlight, a few figures gradually appeared. When they saw Fengjiu's arrival, their faces were filled with joy, and they all bowed to her and respectfully greeted her. Master, because the four ghosts had cultivated here for a few days, their yin-chi had already stabilized. In addition, Fengjiu had given them the ghost cultivation method. Even if it was not nighttime, they could already appear in front of others. Fengjiu's gaze swept past them, and she smiled. Looks like your cultivation speed is not bad. You have already cultivated to the first level of soul condensation in such a short time. This is all thanks to Master. If it weren't for the fact that Master gave us the precious ghost cultivation method, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to condense our souls in such a short time. The old man said with a happy smile on his face. Being able to condense their souls meant that they could appear in the day like a living person and walk in front of others in their human form. To them, this was originally something that they did not dare to imagine. It's good that you have succeeded in your cultivation. She nodded and walked to the table to sit down. She asked them a few things that had happened here recently. Master, everything is normal here. Even if a cultivator came, he would not be able to sense our presence. However, the old man's voice paused, and he said, the old man sweeping the floor in the Peach Blossom Cove is not simple. She raised her eyebrows. Tell me, Master said that we could move about as we pleased in the Peach Blossom Cove. That night, we went out for a day and just happened to run into that old man. At that time, he almost killed us. Fortunately, we said that we had Master's permission to cultivate here. Only then did he flick his sleeves and leave. He only told us not to disturb the people who came to the Peach Blossom Cove. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. When she first came in, she could tell that the old man was not simple. The aura on his body was very well hidden. Even she did not know how high his cultivation was. After such a long time, seeing that nothing had happened, she did not pay him any attention and allowed him to continue sweeping. You can continue cultivating here. Yang Yang is doing very well. My father has hired a teacher to teach him how to read and write. He has also personally taught Yang Yang some basic cultivation methods. When your cultivation is a bit higher and you can walk without fear of the sun, you can go to the Feng Manor to see him. Hearing this, they looked at each other with joy and said to Fengjiu, Many thanks, Master, for nurturing Yang Yang. We will definitely work hard to cultivate. Fengjiu nodded, and then she stood up and walked out. As soon as she walked out of the courtyard, she saw the gray-clothed old man standing nearby with a broom in his hand. The smile on the corners of her mouth deepened when she saw this, and she walked over. Is something the matter? She stopped in front of him and asked. She was a bit curious. What kind of person was he? Why was he willing to silently sweep the floor as an old man? The old man glanced at her, then narrowed his eyes and said, Young Miss has just returned. You should not know. Recently, everyone has been saying that the Feng family's old man has gone missing. Chapter 383. It's been a few days. The old man slowly spoke. Holding the broom, he slowly swept the ground and walked further and further away. Seeing this, Fengjiu walked forward. After speaking with the 4 golden core cultivators, she quickly returned to the Feng Manor. Because she had returned home early, she arrived outside the Feng Manor's walls before evening. Seeing that there was no one around, she leapt up. When she landed in the Feng Manor's courtyard, several shouts could be heard. Who is it? The guards rushed over, but due to the tattered clothes the other party was wearing and the dust on his face, they couldn't tell who he was. They thought that he was someone who had sent him here. Just as they were about to draw their swords, they heard a familiar voice. It's me. Fengjiu spoke and looked at the guards surrounding her. The guards were startled. After they recovered, they respectfully called out, Eldest young miss. They then retreated. She nodded and walked towards her father's courtyard. Hiss. When she passed by the fake mountain, Old White, who was lying on the ground, let out a hiss. He swung his ponytail and happily ran towards her. He stuck out his tongue and wanted to lick her face. Old White. She patted his head and said with a smile, I have something to do right now. I'll find you later. Be good and go play by yourself. As she spoke, she continued walking. Old White did not bother her. However, he slowly followed behind her and headed towards Feng Zhao's courtyard. The Phoenix guards who were guarding outside the courtyard were slightly startled when they saw the shabby figure walking over. They hesitated for a moment before calling out, Eldest young miss? Feng Zhao glanced at them and asked, Has Luo Yu returned? Luo Yu has returned. Right now, he should be in the courtyard. Should this subordinate call him over? Fan Lin asked. No need. She spoke and walked into the courtyard. She saw that there were 8 people either standing or sitting in the courtyard. They were all around 40 years old. Eldest young miss has returned. When the 8 people saw her, they stood up and respectfully saluted her. Greetings, eldest young miss. She nodded and walked forward. She did not recognize those 8 people, but she had an impression of them in her memory. He was her father's Phoenix Guard and also the master of the 8 squad leaders. Master, Lung Shuang walked out. Seeing her return, a touch of joy appeared on his cold face. How is my father? She asked as she walked in. The patriarch is doing very well, Lung Shuang said as he followed behind her. Because there were guards both inside and outside the courtyard, the door of the nearest room was not closed. His master had told him to let the air in the room circulate, which was beneficial for the master's recovery. Master, you're back. Lung Hua smiled happily when he saw her. I'm back. She nodded and went to the inner room. Father, I'm back. Lung Shuang and Lung Hua retreated, leaving the 2 of them alone. Lung Shuang then said, Hua, you wait here. I'll go back to the courtyard and take care of some matters before I come back. All right, Lung Hua responded and watched her leave. He stood in the courtyard and stared at the 8 middle-aged men. You're Lung Hua, right? One of the middle-aged men asked. A smile appeared on his usually serious face. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed a bit stiff. Lung Hua looked at them and nodded. Chapter 384. It's called Taiji Fist. I learned it from Master, he said happily with a smile. There were so many people in the residence, but Master only taught him. Taiji Fist. The 8 middle-aged men looked at each other. They had never heard of this fist technique before. However, with their cultivation and eyesight, they could naturally see that the fist technique was very exquisite. It used softness to overcome hardness, and it had the power to deflect thousands of pounds with little effort. Haha, Lung Hua, how about we exchange a few moves? One of them said, wanting to test the power of the fist. Unexpectedly, Lung Hua shook his head. No, Master taught me Taiji Fist not only to strengthen my body, but also to give me the ability to protect myself. It's not for me to show off. Hearing this, the corners of their mouths twitched. It's not for showing off, it's for a spar. Why was this young man so stubborn? Didn't they say that he had taught a lesson to one of the Phoenix guards the other day? Why was his brain so stubborn now? That won't do. I don't fight with my own people. He shook his head as he spoke. He stood at attention, not intending to pay them any more attention. Seeing this, they couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. They didn't know where eldest miss had found this pair of siblings. Although they weren't very strong, they were very loyal to eldest Mississippi. Is Xiao Jiu back? Guan Shilin strode in from outside. He looked at the 8 middle-aged men in the courtyard and nodded. Young Master, Master is back. She's in the room. Lung Hua said, pointing to the room. Guan Shilin strode forward and said, I was looking for her. He came to the door and knocked on it before walking in. Seeing the 2 people sitting and talking, he walked up to them. Godfather, Xiao Jiu. Shilin, you're here. Sit. Feng Xiao gestured for him to sit at the side. Brother, did you find out anything about the jade slip? Her father had already told her about what happened that night. From what she could see, that person had only kidnapped her grandfather and hadn't hurt anyone in the residence. They probably wouldn't do anything to her grandfather. However, she didn't know what was involved in this. She actually came to kidnap her grandfather? With her grandfather's strength, the strength of the person who kidnapped him must be extraordinary. She was even certain that the person was not from the Glorious Sun. Leave it to the black market to investigate, but there is no news until now. After all, it will take some time for the news to travel back and forth. However, Supervisor Yin said that once there is news, he will inform us immediately. As Guan Shilin spoke, he looked at Feng Jiao and said, I heard from Luo Yu that you were also in trouble. It's good that you came back safe and sound. How could you confront a master at the peak of the Elixir Realm head-on? If something happens, what do you want foster father to do? Yes, Xiao Jiao, you have to be more careful in the future. Don't mess around like you did this time. After all, your strength is limited. You have to act according to your ability. Even if Luo Yu loses his life, because of this, no one will blame you. After all, the opponent is too strong. We don't agree with you risking your life like this. Feng Xiao reminded her in a serious tone. He only hoped that she would remember the danger this time and not mess around in the future. Yes, I know, she responded with a smile. Her eyes were curved and her face was dirty. She looked like a playful little tabby cat, which made people smile involuntarily. Chapter 385. All right, then I'll return to my courtyard first. She stood up with a smile. After knowing that her grandfather's life was not in danger, she was able to relax. Right now, what she needed to do was protect the Feng family and find out who had kidnapped her grandfather, as well as why they had done it. She felt that this matter had happened suddenly, but it should not have happened without warning. Perhaps some clues had been left behind in her grandfather's room, and all of this would have to be revealed step by step. When she returned to her room, Lung Shuang had already asked someone to prepare hot water. She took off her shabby clothes, washed her face, and sat down in the bathtub. Soaking in the hot water, she felt her whole body relax. She normally did not need anyone to wait on her while she bathed. Thus Lung Shuang stood guard outside and did not come in. At this moment, her body had relaxed, but her mind was thinking. Her grandfather's disappearance was indeed one disaster after another for the Feng Manor. If he was present, those people would be a bit more cautious. Now that he had disappeared, it gave them a great opportunity. Right now, they only lacked a reason to make a move against the Feng Manor. Her father's 8 Feng guards were all martial great masters. 8 martial great masters, in addition to her father and her grandfather, it was these people that allowed the Feng Manor to be as stable as Mount Tai in Yunyu City. After all, with this kind of power, even in other countries, it was definitely a family that no one dared to bully. Right now, the Feng Manor's masters appeared to be missing and one had fallen. The only ones left to fear were the 8 people. After soaking for about half an hour, she finally dried her hair and put on her clothes. Lung Shuang brought in a bowl of bird's nest porridge. She told him to stand guard in the courtyard and not see anyone. She then brought the bowl of bird's nest porridge into her space. Xiaohua. Feng Jiao approached him. Seeing that he had been unconscious for so long, and now that he had woken up, he was not happy to see her. Instead, he was glaring at her. She could not help but raise an eyebrow and say with a smile, I thought that after not seeing me for so long, you would pounce at me upon seeing me come in. You don't know shame, he said angrily. His delicate little face was pink and tender, and his pair of black eyes were glaring at her with 3 parts anger and 7 parts shyness. He looked very cute. How am I shameless? She asked, amused. Look at you. You came in dressed like this. You didn't even pull your lapels together. Then, the little fellow was unable to continue. His little face was slightly red as he stared at her. However, he could not help but glance at her half-open lapel. That faintly discernible spring scenery. Although he was a divine beast, he was still a male at the very least. This woman actually came in so shamelessly. He felt embarrassed for her. Hearing this, Feng Jiao was startled. He lowered his head and glanced at himself. Then he laughed out loud. You're just a little brat. You're a beast. You're not even a human. It doesn't matter if you see it. She winked and smiled, deliberately teasing him. Looking at the little fellow's angry little face, her heavy heart couldn't help but dissipate. Oomph. The little fellow crossed her arms in front of her chest and turned her eyes away in embarrassment, ignoring her. All right, I'm just joking with you. Didn't I just take a shower and stay in my room? It doesn't matter if I'm wearing underwear. She sat down in front of Xiaohua and said, Look, what did I bring you? She waved the bird's nest porridge in her hand and couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 386. Hearing this, the corner of Feng Jiao's mouth twitched. Saliva. Could he not say it in such a disgusting way? It was clearly a good, nourishing thing, but in Xiaohua's mouth, it had become a little bird saliva. That's true. You're a bird yourself, so it's fine if you don't eat this, she said with a smile as she ate. Bird's nest was the best nourishing thing for women. It had a soft and smooth texture, with a faint fragrance of egg white. If you didn't eat it, she wouldn't waste it. Xiaohua, how's your body now? Have you recovered? She looked at him and asked as she ate. The little fellow turned around and glanced at her. His tender voice came out of his mouth. Almost. As long as I recuperate for a few more days, my body will be able to fully recover. Oh, that's good. Then are you still going to recuperate in here for the next few days? Or do you want to go out? She finished eating in a few bites and put the bowl to the side. The little fellow glanced at her and said in a small voice, Your house is a mess. I'm not going to go out and join in the fun. I want to recuperate in here. Oh, that's fine too. She nodded. She approved of him staying in the space to recuperate. After all, the spiritual energy here was abundant, so recuperating would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. However, seeing that his little face had been bright red since just now, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Are you feeling unwell? Why is your little face so red? Stretch out your hand for me to see. This little brat. Could it be that he didn't even know that he was feeling unwell? No need, I'm fine. He waved his hand as he retreated. Seeing his guilty expression, she raised her eyebrows in confusion. You're fine? If you're fine, why are you feeling guilty? How am I feeling guilty? You're not? Then who's the one who's avoiding my gaze? Who's the one who's panicking and shrinking to the side? And even hiding your hand behind your back? Say it. What did you do to make you feel guilty? She looked at him in amusement. Seeing him now, she felt that he was as lively as a human child. He knew how to feel guilty, how to be shy, and no longer forced himself to act like an adult. No. He turned his head away and refused to say anything. Fengjiu saw that its face was flushed red, and it seemed to be full of energy. He thought to himself and swept his gaze around. When his gaze fell on a long box, he was slightly startled. He got up, walked towards the box, and opened it to take a look. You actually ate more than half 1,000-year-old ginseng? She raised her voice slightly and looked at Xiaohua, who had shrunk his little head in astonishment. She shook her head helplessly. Don't you know that a weak body can't take nourishment? What's more, it's 1,000-year-old ginseng. An ordinary person can survive with just one piece, but you've eaten more than half of it. It's good enough that you didn't have a nosebleed. He knew that he was in the wrong, so he stole a glance at her and whispered. Then when I woke up, I was hungry and there was nothing else to eat. Fengjiu smiled helplessly. All right, I won't nag you anymore. However, don't waste the medicinal properties of the 1,000-year-old ginseng. Hurry up and cultivate. She put away the remaining half of the ginseng and said, You can't eat the rest of it. Your body won't be able to take it. Xiao Fire Phoenix responded. He watched her take the bowl out of her space and then let out a sigh of relief. In the evening, when Fengjiu opened the door to his room, Lang Shuang, who was guarding outside, came forward to greet him. Master, Ahua said that the head of the household has prepared a meal in the main courtyard and asked you to come over to eat. Chapter 387. Perhaps it was because they were accustomed to the eldest young miss wearing white clothes at home, which was fresh and refined, but now that she had changed into a flame-like red dress, the people in the manor could not take their eyes off her. They knew that the eldest young miss was beautiful, or else she would not have been known as the #1 beauty. After being in the Feng Manor for so long, it was not as if they had never seen her wear beautiful clothes before. But for some reason, this flame-like red dress on her body, combined with her unique temperament, made it impossible for them to find any words to describe her beauty. When the Feng guards and the others saw her slowly walk over, they could not hide the shock in their eyes. She was dressed in a red robe that was dazzling like fire as she slowly walked over. There was a trace of coldness between her brows, and when she raised her eyes, they overflowed with brilliance. Her entire person was emitting a languid and evil temperament from inside out. She was as seductive as fire, noble yet charming, and beautiful beyond compare. No matter how good their composure was, they could not help but stare blankly until that cold gaze swept over them. In an instant, they felt a chill rise from the soles of their feet to their hearts and into their minds. What shock! What beauty! All of it disappeared without a trace. All that remained was awkwardness. That was the person who would become their master, yet they were stunned. It was truly shameful. Eldest young miss. They quickly called out and steadied their minds. Feng Jiu withdrew her gaze and walked into the courtyard. The people in the courtyard also stood up and called out, "Eldest young miss has come." She slightly smiled and looked at them. With a smile, she asked, "Have you all eaten?" "Hee, we'll eat later. We're not hungry right now." "Eldest young miss, quickly go in. Master is waiting for you inside," a middle-aged man said with a smile and gestured for her to go in. "All right." She nodded in response and walked in. "Xiao Jiu, come, sit here." Feng Xiao waved his hand, indicating for her to sit next to him. There was no one else in the room except for Feng Xiao, Guan Shilin, and Leng Hua, who was waiting on the side. Guan Shilin poured the wine and said with a smile, "Foster father asked someone to prepare your favorite dishes. I also brought some spiritual wine. Xiao Jiu, sit down and try this wine." "Yes." She smiled as she walked to the table and sat down. Smelling the aroma of the food on the table, a happy smile appeared on her face. "It's better to be home. I can't even find a place to eat these outside. Eat more if you like. You've been running outside recently. You've lost a lot of weight," Feng Xiao said, and put a piece of meat in her bowl. Yes. She nodded and picked up her chopsticks to eat. At the table, the three of them only talked about their daily lives and did not talk about anything else. After they finished eating happily, they asked Leng Hua to take the dishes away. Only then did they sit down at the table and talk seriously. "You don't know. That day, those two old things wanted to come to our Feng Manor to ask for old Bai. It was obvious that they wanted to rob our Feng Manor. If Yishuan hadn't stopped them at that time, they probably wouldn't have been able to clean up the mess." Speaking of what happened that day, Feng Xiao was clearly still a little angry. Their Feng family had protected the country of Glorious Sun for so many years. Now that they were no longer needed, what awaited them was such a cold treatment. It really made him angry. "Were they the two people who ambushed you that time?" Her eyes moved slightly as she looked at her father and asked. Chapter 388. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled. "Those two are nothing to be afraid of. Wait for me to think of a way to get rid of them." Hearing this, Feng Xiao and Guan Shilin were both stunned. "Get rid of them? They are both at the peak of martial arts grandmaster. I'm afraid it won't be easy to kill them." They had thought of this idea before, but they didn't carry it out because they weren't completely confident. After all, those two were the monarch's men. If they couldn't kill them in one blow, they couldn't take the risk. "Yes, I know. Father, don't worry. I won't do anything that I'm not confident of." She smiled and talked with them for a while to discuss some matters. When the sky gradually darkened, she left the room with Guan Shilin. Just as she was about to return to her room, she was called. Eldest Mississippi Feng Jiu stopped and looked at the 8 people and the 7 Phoenix guards standing behind them. "What's the matter?" The middle-aged men looked at each other. One of them turned around slightly and glanced at the people behind him. He smiled and said, "It's these people who want to recognize you as their master." However, he was interrupted before he could finish. "There's no rush." She waved her hand and walked out of the courtyard with Guan Shilin, leaving behind the people looking at each other. Seeing this, the 7 Phoenix guards were embarrassed and angry. They were already on their way to being recognized as their master, but she still wasn't willing to accept them. Did she look down on them? Did she think that they weren't worthy of being her subordinates? Thinking of this, the embarrassment and anger on their faces disappeared without a trace. Only worry and anxiety were left. "Master, do you think eldest miss will look down on us?" Chi Kong asked anxiously. He wasn't sure himself. Now you're worried?" One of them snorted heavily and glared at them with disappointment. "If First Miss doesn't want you, then we'll just replace you and let her pick a few more from the Phoenix Guards." Are you serious?" Hearing this, the few of them immediately cried. It wasn't easy for them to become team leaders. If they were replaced because of this, where would they cry to? What do you mean? Luo Yu yawned as he walked in. He had been sleeping ever since he came back, but he heard that his master had already returned. When he entered the courtyard, he saw that other than his master who had a smile on his face, the other martial uncles all had fierce expressions on their faces. When he looked at his brothers, he was immediately amused. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Why are all of you crying? Ha. Your uncle master and the others are scolding them, saying that they don't know what's good for them. Even now, they still haven't acknowledged a master. Great. Now that they want to acknowledge a master, eldest miss says that there's no hurry. Luo Yu's master smiled. Looking at his disciple, he said, once you've rested enough, stay by your master's side. Don't sleep too much. Master, don't worry. I know. He winked and smiled, then asked, what about master? She's not here. He just went back to his room. Then I'll go look for her tomorrow, he said with a smile. He glanced at Fan Lin and the others and said with a little pride, how about it? You guys didn't listen to me, so you guys got the short end of the stick, right? The corners of the 7 people's mouths twitched, and they glanced at him, speechlessly. I won't talk too much with you guys. You guys better hurry up and think of a way to make master accept you guys. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Chapter 389. Luo Yu let out a low chuckle and moved closer to them. Let me tell you, it's a big loss that you didn't recognize me as your master. After that, he moved sideways to avoid them and came to his master. Master, this is a gift from your disciple. It's good stuff. He took out a small bottle from his chinquan bag and handed it over with both hands. His master was startled and looked at the thing in his hand. Could it be a medicine refined by Miss? Thinking about it, he had already taken it and opened it to smell it. This is a medicine, and it's a medicine that can improve your strength. Master's cultivation has been stuck for many years. As long as you take this medicine, you can break through in half a month. Hearing this, the 7 middle-aged men next to him were stunned. They looked enviously at Luo Yu's master holding the medicine and laughing happily. Then they kicked their disciples. You bastards didn't recognize me as your master. The men were unprepared in their butts were kicked. They quickly dodged, but they were still a little confused. Luo Yu's medicine couldn't have been given to him by Miss, could it? Where did Miss get the medicine? Suddenly, a thought faintly appeared, but they felt it was inconceivable and suppressed it. Luo Yu's master looked at the medicine in his hand and felt gratified, but he didn't keep it. Instead, he asked, You gave this to me. Do you have it yourself? If there was only one bottle, he naturally couldn't accept it. After all, it should be given to him by Mississippi. I do. Master gave me a bottle. I said I asked for a bottle on behalf of Master. He chuckled and said, Master, martial uncles, I'll take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for them to say anything and didn't give his brothers a chance to catch him and ask him questions. He ran away like a wisp of smoke. Master, martial uncles, we're leaving too, the 7 men said and quickly rushed out, chasing after Luo Yu. They planned to catch him and interrogate him. These bastards, sigh. They shook their heads and sighed. Looking at the medicine in Luo Yu's master's hand, they said enviously, Luo Yu, this brat is so considerate. That's right. How can my disciple not be good? He laughed heartily and said to the few of them, I'll have to trouble the few of you to guard this place. I'll go in and inform Master, and then try out the effects of this bottle of medicine. And go ahead. Don't worry, we're here. The 7 nodded and smiled. All right. He first entered the room and reported the situation to Feng Xiao. Only then did he return to the courtyard where they lived to cultivate. As for Feng Jiao, after returning to the courtyard, he gave some instructions to Long Shuang, and then returned to his room to cultivate. Early the next morning, he pulled Lao Bai and went out. Because Luo Yu was in closed-door cultivation, the only ones left were Fan Lin's group of 7. After the 7 of them had asked Luo Yu last night, Luo Yu had revealed to them that their master was the ghost doctor. After hearing this news, the first thing they had done was to seek confirmation from their master. After receiving confirmation, they only felt incredulous. They had been unable to sleep the entire night because of this matter. Today, they had woken up early to keep watch, only to see her pulling Lao Bai out of the house. Where do you think Master went so early in the morning? Chapter 390. She didn't even bring her Long Shuang. Is it really all right for her to go out by herself? Recently, there have been many pairs of eyes watching our phone manor. I'm really afraid that something will happen. How about we follow her and take a look? No. If we follow without permission, we'll be following Master. We can't do that. Fan Lin shook his head. After a slight pause, he said, Let's go to Master's place. When Master goes out, there should be someone to report to them. I feel that there's no need to ask. They should feel that Master's strength is enough to protect himself, so they didn't let us follow. Moreover, didn't Luo Yu say that Master's skills are very good? Master's skills are extraordinary. Didn't you beat him into a pig's head? Hearing this, the group was silent. After a long time, they walked toward the pavilion near the fake mountain. Feng Jiu left the manor. Dressed in red, she looked valiant and valiant. Her white horse and red clothes galloped through the streets early in the morning. It was very eye-catching, especially since Feng Manor was currently in troubled times. The various powers in the city were watching her every move. Thus, they were puzzled by her action of going out for a walk early in the morning. Of course, it wasn't just one day that she went out for a walk. She went out for a few days in a row. Even Murong Yixian heard about it. However, when he thought of what she said that day, he suppressed the urge to go find her. Moreover, he was worried that her father's coma was caused by his father. If it really was like this, then it would be even more impossible between them. On the morning of the third day, Feng Jiu went out with Old Bai, as usual. The difference was that this time, even Xiao Qiu came along. However, Old Bai refused to let Xiao Qiu get on the horse. The little guy could only follow behind the horse and run with its short legs. Because of its round figure and cute appearance, it attracted the attention of many women and children as it passed through the streets. Is it a puppy? So cute. It's not a puppy. It looks like a kitten. Its fur is so long, and it's as small as a ball. It runs so fast. It's really cute. Where did you buy it from? That's the Feng family's eldest young miss. Her things aren't something normal people can afford. From the looks of it, it seems to be a spiritual pet. Spiritual pets are extremely rare, even in the brilliant Sun Empire. The sounds of discussion came from the street. Feng Jiu turned his head slightly and saw a large group of children following behind Xiao Qiu. He could not help but smile helplessly. After telling Lao Bai to slow down, he opened his arms and shouted at Xiao Qiu, who was striding with his short legs, "Come up! Roar!" The little thing cried out and jumped into Feng Jiu's arms with its short legs. Feng Jiu couldn't help but smile. He held the little thing in his arms and stroked its head. When he looked back, he inadvertently saw a white figure standing by the window of a restaurant, staring at him with shining eyes. Seeing that it was Murong Yixian, she calmly retracted her gaze and squeezed Lao Bai's abdomen with her legs. With a shout, she quickly sped through the streets with fewer people and disappeared from his sight. On the second floor, Murong Yixian watched her figure disappear from his sight. Thinking of the smile just now, his heart was slightly relieved. Originally, he was worried that she would not be able to bear with so many things happening in the Feng family. However, it seemed that she was riding a horse to relieve her boredom. It was enough to show that she was fine. Chapter 391. In the less populated outskirts, Feng Jiu slowed down and dismounted from her horse. She carried Xiao Qiu and slowly walked toward the small stream, not too far away. Lao Bai, on the other hand, was lying lazily on the grass. She washed her face by the stream and felt a cool breeze caress her face. It was refreshing and comfortable. She then sat down on the grass and took out a fruit from her sleeve to eat. She looked at the sky and the stream in front of her as if she was waiting for something. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, two gray figures approached silently. Their malicious gazes swept past the red figure before their gazes landed on Senior White, who was lying on the grass. To them, it was best to destroy something that they could not obtain, even if this was a spiritual beast of a high level. Since they could not obtain it, then no one else should think about obtaining it. What's more, this horse called Old White had even kicked them and ruined their plans. At that time, they had wanted to kill it. Tisk, Lao Bai, who was lying on the grass, straightened his body and looked in a certain direction. He then allowed a TSK. Feng Jiao, who was eating a fruit, played with Qiu Qiu's fur in her arms. She did not even turn her head when she heard the commotion behind her. However, a calculating light flashed across her eyes. The elder who was hiding in the shadows took out an arrow from his sleeve and aimed it at Lao Bai, preparing to shoot it. They could not touch Feng Jiao as the king still wanted to use her to form a marriage alliance with the Qingting kingdom. However, they could kill this horse. However, at this moment, a dangerous aura suddenly attacked, causing the two of them to shiver. They looked around vigilantly, and with a glance, they couldn't help but be shocked. "Who are you?" They did not know when, but two elders and two middle-aged men had appeared around them. The other party's powerful aura caused their hearts to tremble violently. Cold sweat also seeped out of their bodies. Faintly, a great sense of danger emerged in their hearts. Naturally, we're the people who will kill you. Feng Jiao, who was dressed in red, walked over with a fruit in her mouth. She casually glanced at the pale-faced elder and curled the corners of her lips into a strange smile. "I've been wandering around for 3 days before you took the bait. It wasn't easy." Hearing these words, the blood drained from their faces. Only then did they realize, "You set us up." As soon as he said that, a light flashed in their minds. Feng Xiao didn't faint. That's right. Only Feng Xiao, who had not fainted, would tell them everything. This made them take precautions and let eldest Miss Feng plot against them to lure them in. However, what was going on with these 4 people? The strength of these 4 people was too strong. Their aura was not the Xianqi of a martial ancestor. It was spiritual energy. Furthermore, he was afraid that his strength wasn't below foundation establishment. She was a young miss who had been raised in her boudoir. So where did she find these people? These people had such strength. How could they easily listen to her orders? One question after another appeared in his mind, but he couldn't find an answer. The only thing he knew was that he had fallen into her trap. Today, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape. As soon as this thought appeared in their minds, their hearts trembled, and they immediately turned around with the intention of fleeing. However, right when their figures moved, the 4 figures flashed with them as well. Trying to escape? Huh. Then run. If you can escape from us, you'll have to admit that you're capable. Chapter 392. The old man's pupils constricted as the aura of death enveloped him. His heart leapt into his throat. He wanted to scream, but it was as if his throat was tightly gripped by a pair of hands. He was unable to make a single sound. The golden core cultivator didn't touch him. Instead, he opened his hand and controlled his spiritual power. Then, the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Kacha! The head was surrounded by a visible aura. Following the golden core cultivator's hand movement, brain matter burst out and splattered all over the ground. It was bloody and shocking that When the other old man saw this scene, his face turned deathly pale. He madly rushed forward, wanting to escape from their range. However, in just an instant, 3 figures had already blocked his path. The fear and shock that came from the depths of his heart made his legs tremble. His legs went soft, and with a plop he knelt down. Don't kill me." Of the higher one's cultivation, the more one feared death. They had a longer lifespan than ordinary people, and they were stronger than ordinary cultivators. Their status was superior, and they could get whatever they wanted. He hadn't enjoyed enough of what strength had brought them. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die to eldest young Miss Feng. Eldest young Miss Feng. Spare me. Spare me. He suddenly turned around and kowtowed to Feng Jiao, who was slowly walking over. A dignified peak martial ancestor expert was crying and begging on the ground like a coward. It was not that he did not want to fight, but the opponent was too strong. As long as she exerted pressure, he would not even be able to move. How could he fight? If they knew that the Feng Manor was still hiding such a strong power, they would not have dared to have any ideas about Feng Xiao. Now that he had gotten himself into trouble, his mind was completely blank. He could only think of how to continue living. However, knowing the Feng Manor's hidden power, how could she let him leave alive? Feng Jiao did not get too close. She looked at the old man kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Her gaze was cold and indifferent. Spare you? If I spare you, who will spare my Feng family? If it wasn't for my father's luck, he would have died in your hands. How can I spare you? Hearing this, the old man was shocked. Miss Feng, it wasn't us, it really wasn't us. We were just following Murong Bo's orders. We didn't want to kill General Feng. We really didn't want to. We were forced. Up before he could finish his words, Feng Jiao had already turned around. At the same time, a pair of hands slapped the top of the old man's head. With a bang, the old man's entire body collapsed, ending his life. Return to Peach Blossom Cove, first, after cleaning up the corpses. Feng Jiao mounted his horse and carried Qiuqiu towards the city. After a few days of horse riding, he lured them out and ended their lives. Tomorrow, he could finally sleep in. When the housekeeper saw that Feng Jiao had returned so early today, he stepped forward and bowed. He smiled and said, "Eldest miss, you're back so early today?" "Yes," she replied with a smile and placed the small pet in her arms on the ground. She then said to the housekeeper, "Help me prepare a good meal for old Bai and Qiuqiu." "Yes, eldest miss, do not worry. This old servant will go arrange it immediately," the housekeeper replied with a smile. After bowing, he left with old Bai and Qiuqiu. Seeing this, she went towards the main courtyard. Arriving in the courtyard, she saw that her father's old phone guards were standing guard, so she nodded to them and entered the room. Chapter 393. She walked over to the table and sat down. With a smile, she said, "I'm here to tell father a piece of good news." "Master, drink some tea." Lung Hua, who had been waiting on the side, poured a cup of tea for her. "Good." She raised her eyes to look at him and nodded with a smile. "What good news?" Feng Xiao ate the medicinal porridge in the bowl. He wiped the corner of his mouth and moved the bowl away to look at her. She took a sip of the tea and said, "Those two people are dead." Feng Xiao was stunned for a moment. Her eyes lit up, and she lowered her voice in surprise. "You mean those two old men?" It was just taken care of." A smile appeared on her face. Her eyes curved into a harmless smile. "This way, we don't have to worry about them coming again or secretly causing trouble. We can also break Murong Bo's power, killing two birds with one stone." It was clearly an extremely dangerous matter, but she said it so casually. Hearing these words and seeing the expression on her face, Feng Xiao couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, good. Hiss." In his joy, he forgot that his internal injuries hadn't healed yet. His laughter shook and his chest hurt slightly. "Father, you're still wrapped in medicine." Feng Jiao rolled his eyes. He was speechless at his son's unruly behavior. His own injuries hadn't healed yet, but he didn't know how to restrain his laughter. He patted his chest with one hand and took a deep breath before sighing. "Ai, it would be good if your grandfather was also home. He would be very happy to hear this news." "Father, don't worry. At least no news is good news." She softly comforted him. After thinking for a bit, she said, "That's right, Father. I want to go to grandfather's room to take a look. I think grandfather might know who the person who kidnapped grandfather is. Perhaps he might have some clues." Feng Xiao nodded and said, If you want to go, then go. My body hasn't recovered yet, so I can only leave everything to you to handle." Fortunately, her methods of handling matters were swift and decisive. Even if the Fu was like this, she could still stabilize the Fu both inside and outside, which comforted him greatly. "I'll take care of the matters in the manor. Father, you don't have to worry. Just focus on recuperating." She smiled and looked at Lung Hua, asking, "Do you still have the ointment I made? If you don't have any more, go over to my place and get some more. Some of them haven't been used up yet. Well, then I'll go back to my room first." After she said that, she stood up and walked out. At the same time, in the palace. "Monarch, bad news, bad news." An old man entered the palace in a hurry. Due to his panic, he almost tripped over the door sill. "Why are you so flustered?" Murong Bo asked slowly with a dignified voice. He was holding a cup of tea and drinking it. On his left and right, two beautiful palace maids were kneeling and massaging his legs. Behind him, there were two people fanning him. It could be said that he was very relaxed. The Feng Manor's elder had disappeared, and Feng Xiao was unconscious. To him, This was extremely good news. Although the Feng Manor had not collapsed, it was not much of a threat to him. Even if he wanted to destroy the Feng Manor, it would only be a matter of moving his mouth. Chapter 394. King, those two martial great masters' longevity lamps have been extinguished. When the old man's panicked voice fell, Murong Bo's hand trembled and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Murong Bo suddenly stood up, and the two maidservants were so shocked that they fell to the ground. "What did you say? Whose longevity lamps have been extinguished?" His dignified voice was filled with unconcealable shock and astonishment. If one listened carefully, one could even hear a trace of trembling. Those were two martial great master pinnacle experts. How could the two most powerful people by his side have suddenly died? In the country of Glorious Sun, who would have the ability to kill two peak martial arts grandmasters without a sound? One must know that when they had wanted to assassinate Feng Xiao, even if they had made ample preparations, it had caused quite a commotion. Now, two martial great master pinnacle experts had died. It's those two. The old man hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Murong Bo walking out in large strides, heading toward the lantern house where the longevity lanterns were lit. The longevity lamp was linked to the life of the person who lit it. If that person died, the lamp would naturally be extinguished in the wind. This was also to ensure that if someone went out and didn't return for many years, or if someone went into seclusion and didn't come out for many years, they would know whether that person was dead or alive. When Murong Bo arrived at the Lantern Tower and saw that the longevity lamps of the two martial great master pinnacle experts had been extinguished, his entire body swayed, and he staggered a few steps. His face was filled with disbelief. How could they have died? Who did it? Who killed them? His heart was pained that two of his most powerful martial great master pinnacle experts had died. That was equivalent to breaking his left and right hands. Losing these two people was like a fierce tiger losing its sharp claws. How could he not be pained? "Investigate. Give me the order to investigate," he shouted sternly and strode out. Two martial great masters had died. It was impossible for them to have died without a sound. He wanted to know who had killed them. The news of the two martial great masters' deaths had not spread. It had been suppressed by Murong Bo. After Murong Yixian returned to the manor, not long after he entered his study, a shadow guard quietly entered his study and told him the news from the palace, then quietly left. The two elders at the peak of the martial ancestor realm had been killed. Murong Yixian was slightly stunned. Who in Yunhua City could kill those two without anyone noticing? Furthermore, why were those two the ones who died? His heart trembled slightly. He did not know why, but when he heard that the two had been killed, the first thing he thought of was the Feng Manor. Could it be that the 8 martial great masters from the Feng Manor had killed those two people? Looking at the entire Yunhua City, if it was not the 8 martial grandmasters from the Feng Manor, then it could be a strong practitioner from another country. However, a strong practitioner from another country would not come from the Yu country to kill the two people if they had no enmity with them. Thus, this hypothesis did not make sense. Feng Manor, could it really have been done by them? After dealing with those two people, Feng Jiu focused on treating his father's internal injuries. He also concocted some medicine for him to take. It could be said that with the help of various spiritual medicines and treatment, Feng Zhao's injuries recovered extremely quickly. However, the peaceful days had only lasted for a few days before they were broken. Early in the morning, a flying boat stopped at the Imperial Palace's gates. It attracted countless people's curiosity and discussion. Murong Bo, who had heard the news, also rushed out to welcome them. When he saw the luxurious man who walked down from the flying boat, he quickly went forward and respectfully asked about him. Chapter 395. Niet Tung, who was wearing a luxurious brocade robe, stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced at Murong Bo in front of him and spoke in a low voice filled with the aura of a ruler. "You are the ruler of the glorious Sun country, Murong Bo." "That is this humble one," he quickly replied. In front of him, he did not dare call himself this ruler. He could only lower himself and call himself that. After all, His Highness the Crown Prince of a six-tier country was much more honorable than him. In front of him, even if he was the ruler of a country, he was nothing. Moreover, he secretly glanced at the 8 people behind him, and his heart trembled. Those 8 people were all cultivators, and their strength was unfathomable. He had only glanced at them, but he felt a wave of pressure, causing cold sweat to appear on his forehead. Sure enough, there was a huge difference between cultivators and Xian martial artists. Thinking of this, he quickly reined in his thoughts and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince has come from afar. Please enter the palace to rest first. In the evening, Murong Bo will prepare a banquet to welcome your Highness the Crown Prince." Nyeptung slightly nodded and followed Murong Bo into the palace's gates. As for the luxurious flying boat behind him, it was not put away. Instead, it was openly placed in front of the palace's gates, allowing people to look at it. Entering the palace's inner courtyard, Murong Bo personally brought him to a palace that had been prepared. He had him live in it and said, "I knew that your Highness the Crown Prince would be coming in a few days, so I ordered people to prepare the palace ahead of time. This will allow your Highness the Crown Prince to live comfortably." Nyeptung casually glanced at the palace but did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Murong Bo and asked, "This Highness sent people to the Feng Manor's eldest young miss to ask for her hand in marriage. How did it go?" Hearing this, Murong Bo quickly said, "When your Highness sent people over, I already told the Feng Manor's people. At that time, Feng Xiao and eldest young miss did not agree. But recently, many things have happened in the Feng family. Feng Xiao was assassinated and fell into a coma. Old Master Feng has also disappeared. Now, the Feng Manor only has eldest young miss supporting it. It is already on the verge of collapse. For eldest young Miss Feng to be able to obtain your Highness the Crown Prince's favor at this time, she should be very grateful. I will prepare a banquet tonight and have people invite her into the palace to accompany your Highness the Crown Prince." Oh, there is actually such a thing? Thinking of how that beautiful girl was facing this sort of situation and was supporting an entire family with her weak shoulders, he could not help but feel his heart tremble. Thus, he looked at Murong Bo and asked in a deep voice, "Have you found out who did it?" Murong Bo wiped away his cold sweat and said, "No, we still don't know who did it, but my guess is that it should be someone from another country. Feng Xiao is a general in Yaori and already has quite a few enemies. The Feng Manor's eldest young miss, Feng Qingge, will be this Highness woman. You must investigate her family situation thoroughly." Yes, of course. He quickly agreed, his heart feeling weak. "Go prepare for the banquet. There is no need for too many other people. Just call her over for this Highness." He waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. "Yes, then I'll take my leave." He bowed, then turned and left. After Murong Bo left, a middle-aged man wearing black clothes stepped forward and asked, "Master, do you want this subordinate to investigate the Feng Manor?" That time, because he had been careless, he and his master had fallen for that girl's trick without even making a move. He had always been brooding over this. Chapter 396. There's no need. I believe she already knows about my arrival. Whether I see her or not, whether I inquire about her or not, she will be my woman in the end. Why be anxious? His words were filled with confidence, as if he was certain that Fengjiu would become his woman no matter what. Just as he said, the entire Yinyue city knew that His Highness the Crown Prince of Qing Tang Kingdom had come to their glorious Sun Kingdom. Everyone was well aware that he came for the Feng family's eldest young miss, Feng Qingge. This news had already spread some time ago, so there was nothing surprising about it. However, what they did not expect was that His Highness the Crown Prince of Qing Tang Kingdom valued Feng Qingge so much that he did not hesitate to travel thousands of miles just to take her as a secondary consort. It could be seen that he valued her quite a bit. This made the people who originally thought that the Feng Manor would collapse because of Feng Zhao's coma and the old man's disappearance once again watch with the attitude of a bystander. Actually, a secondary consort was just a concubine. The difference was that the other party was the Crown Prince of Qing Tang Kingdom. The Feng family did not want Feng Qingge to be a secondary consort, But now she was the only one left in the Feng family. Facing the crown prince of Qing Tang Kingdom, who came personally, what choice would she make? No matter what her choice was, this would be a big show, and they were just people waiting to watch the show. What did you say? The crown prince of Qing Tang Kingdom is here? In the manor, Morong Yixian stood up with a frown, his sharp eyes staring at the guard who reported the news. Yes, the entire Yinues city has spread the news. The crown prince of Qing Tang Kingdom came in a flying ship. The flying ship stopped at the palace gates and is still there. He was personally welcomed into the palace by the emperor. It is said that he will be receiving him tonight. The emperor is even preparing to ask eldest young Miss Feng to accompany him. Hearing this, Morong Yixian's hands under his sleeves tightly clenched into fists. His heart was filled with anger and anxiety that could not be concealed. Asked Chinga to accompany him? To accompany the crown prince of Qing Tang Kingdom? His lord father was really getting worse and worse. What did he take Chinga for? Prepare a sedan. This lord wants to enter the palace. He flicked his sleeves and strode out. On the other side, Guanxilin, the black market, was also stunned when he heard the news. He looked at Manager Yan and asked, "What did you say? The crown prince of Qing Tang Kingdom is here?" Manager Yan nodded and said, "Yes, the flying ship is right in front of the palace gates. It said that he is here to receive eldest young Miss Feng." As he spoke, his voice paused, and he asked curiously, "Eldest young Miss Feng shouldn't have been a Qingting Kingdom before, right? Why would the crown prince of the Qingting Kingdom take a fancy to her? Is she to be his secondary concubine? Secondary consort?" Guanxilin laughed, but there was a hint of mockery in his laughter. "Not to mention the concubine. Even if my sister wants to be the concubine, she won't like him. A mere crown prince of the Qingting Kingdom. He's not even worthy of my sister. Let my younger sister be his concubine." Hearing this, Manager Yan was stunned. He did not know where his confidence came from. In his opinion, eldest Miss Feng only had a country-toppling appearance. Her cultivation was not worth mentioning at all. But why did it sound as if eldest Miss Feng was noble and unattainable? Even the crown prince of a sixth-ranked country was not worthy of her. Why was this so? Chapter 397. The Ghost Doctor's Woman? Hearing this, Guanxilin was startled and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why would you think that? Is that not the case? If the Feng family has nothing to do with the Ghost Doctor, why would the Ghost Doctor give special orders to take care of the Feng family? She even gave them medicine. The Feng family's eldest young miss is beautiful and has an outstanding temperament. It's normal for her to catch the Ghost Doctor's eye. After all, which man doesn't like beauty? Speaking to this point, Manager Yin laughed. From a man's point of view, when a woman is noticed, it must be because of her beauty. First, her appearance attracts attention, then other things. Of course, his point of view didn't represent all men. It could only be said that most men were like this. Hearing this, Guanxilin shook his head and laughed. "All right, don't make wild guesses. I need to go see my sister first. The crown prince of the Qing Tang Kingdom is here. I need to see if she has any plans to deal with him." That is to say, the Feng family's eldest young miss won't become the secondary princess of the Qing Tang Kingdom's crown prince? He couldn't help but ask Guanxilin's back. He's a toad that wants to eat swan meat. Guanxilin sneered. Without turning his head, he walked out of the black market and headed towards the Feng Manor. Inside the Feng Manor, eldest young miss, the crown prince of the Qing Tang Kingdom, is here. It's clear that taking you as a secondary princess wasn't something he said casually. Now that he has arrived at the imperial palace, he should be here in 2 days. Does the eldest young miss have any plans to deal with him? Aside from Luo Yu and his master who were in closed-door cultivation, the other 7 people all found Fengjiu after hearing the news outside. They wanted to know how she would deal with this matter. According to what they knew, the crown prince of the Qing Tang Kingdom had brought 8 cultivators with him. If they wanted to take her by force, then Fengjiu was in the middle of the courtyard grinding medicine. Seeing them come, she only raised her eyes to look at them. After hearing their words, she didn't even raise her head and casually said, "That Morong Bo isn't my father. It's not up to him to decide who I marry." Besides, if I don't marry, do you think they would dare to take me by force? But just as one of them was about to speak, Lung Shuang, dressed in black, walked in. Master, how is it? Feng Jiu asked, as he put away the powdered medicine on the table. Qing Tang Kingdom's crown Prince Niet Tang, the most favored son of the Qing Tang Kingdom's king. He is 24 years old, and his cultivation is at the late stage of building stage. He is a genius cultivator who has been determined by the Six-Star Academy's principal to be able to enter the gold core stage within 50 years. He is stubborn and confident, and his methods are swift and ruthless. It is said that when he was 12 years old, he chased after a rank 9 spirit beast by himself for more than a month, and finally killed it and presented it to his father. Lung Shuang paused and said, "Steward, Yin has a message for you." Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "What words?" "Don't fight with Nie Tang over the Feng Manor's eldest young miss. He won't give up until he has her." Feng Jiu froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. This steward, Yin, is really interesting. How could he think like that? The 7 middle-aged men to the side twitched their mouths. They really wanted to say, that last sentence was the main point, okay? Eldest young miss. The steward's voice came from outside the courtyard. Feng Jiu's eyes were full of smiles. Hearing the steward's voice, she called out, "Come in." Chapter 398. Hearing this, the 7 middle-aged men looked at Feng Jiu. The palace had invited her. Would she go? Feng Jiu's lips curled up and looked at the housekeeper. Is he still outside? No, he's already gone back after passing on the message. The housekeeper respectfully said, all right, you can go do your work." She nodded and indicated for him to leave. Yes. The butler responded and left the room. Does eldest young miss want to go to the banquet? One of them asked with a serious expression. She was afraid that this banquet was a trap set up for her. I'm busy. I don't have the time to go to the banquet. She brushed her clothes and stood up. Seeing the serious expressions of the 7 people, she couldn't help but smile. You don't need to worry. Nothing big will happen. After saying this, she went to the main courtyard. She planned to go see her father to prevent him from worrying after hearing the news. In the imperial palace, Murong Yixian arrived at his lord father's palace with an ugly expression. Upon entering, he asked, "Lord father, do you plan on using Qingge to form a marriage alliance?" The people of Feng Manor have already expressed their stance on this marriage. They won't marry Qingge to Qing Tang Crown Prince as a secondary princess. Could it be that you didn't tell him the truth? Murong Bo heard his questioning tone and became furious. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Impudent! Is there anyone who speaks to their lord father like this? You're really becoming more and more unruly." However, Murong Yixian was not afraid of his anger. His gaze darkened, and his usually gentle and refined face was now filled with anger. Lord Father should know that I like her, but Lord Father still made this kind of decision. I really want to ask, does Lord Father see me as a son? Seeing that his son was not afraid of his imposing manner, Murong Bo sighed heavily. Pursing his lips, he calmly said, "Your engagement with her has already been canceled. She no longer has any relationship with you. Moreover, if she liked you, she wouldn't have canceled the engagement with you. Now, why do you still need to care about Feng Manor's matters? You need to know that if she becomes crowned Prince Qing Tang's secondary princess, not only will it stabilize the Feng Manor that is on the verge of collapse, it will also help us gain the support of the country of Qingtang. This is a good thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. What reason do you have to stop it?" He paused and glanced at him. "What's more, can you stop the crown prince of Qingting from taking a liking to her? You should know that in this world, the strong are respected. Strength determines everything. Although you are a genius of the glorious Sun Nation, that is only limited to the glorious Sun Nation. In front of the crown prince of a 6th-grade nation, you can't protect her." Hearing such a straightforward and merciless truth, his face turned pale. His hands under his sleeves tightly clenched into fists. Although he was angry, he had to admit that he could not protect her. If he could protect her, her father wouldn't have been assassinated and knocked unconscious. If he had been able to protect her, she would not have been forcefully betrothed to the crown prince of Qing Tang as a concubine. If he could protect her, she would not have been ordered by his father to dress up and accompany the crown prince of Qingtung. Strength. All of this was because his strength was not enough. If he had great strength, who would dare to treat the person he liked like this? He had never realized the importance of strength like he did today, and he had never wanted to have great strength like he did now. Chapter 399. Hearing this, Murong Yixian looked up at him and said in a deep voice, "No one can compare to her." Then he turned around and strode out. Murong Bo frowned as he watched him stride away. He was worried that he would go to Qingting Crown Prince, so he followed him personally. The affection of the royal family was as thin as paper, but he valued this son of his very much. Among his many sons, he was the most talented. He also hoped that he would be able to achieve great things in the future, so he naturally did not want him to be tied down by the feelings of his children. This young lady of the Feng family, whether she was willing or not, she had to become Qingting Crown Prince's woman. Only in this way, Yixian would stop thinking about her and focus on cultivation. Just as Murong Bo was worried, Murong Yixian really found the palace where Qingting Crown Prince stayed. However, there were powerful cultivators guarding outside the palace, so it wasn't easy to enter. Please pass on the message that Murong Yixian is asking for an audience. He looked at the gray-robed cultivator who was emitting a powerful aura, and his heart sank. He was indeed from a powerful country. With such cultivation, if he was in dazzling sun, it was more than enough to be a clan leader. The gray-robed, middle-aged man glanced at him from above and said coldly, "His Highness is resting. He won't see anyone." Hearing this, Murong Yixian's face sank. When he was about to step forward, he felt his shoulder being pressed down. He turned slightly and saw his father pushing him behind him. He smiled and said to the middle-aged man, "He, my son has admired the crown prince for a long time. When he heard that the crown prince came to the palace, he wanted to come and greet him. He almost disturbed his highness's rest." Then he turned around and looked at Murong Yixian, who had a dark face, and said in a deep voice, "Go back. I have something to say to the crown prince. Please pass on the message." Murong Yixian didn't pay attention to him, but looked at the middle-aged man and said in a neither haughty nor humble manner. Hearing this, the gray-robed middle-aged man glanced at Murong Bo, who had an ugly expression. Then his gaze fell on Murong Yixian. After sizing him up, he said impolitely, "You will see the banquet tonight. If you have something to say, say it then. Now leave immediately. Guards, send the third prince out of the palace." Murong Bo shouted in a deep voice. A few guards stepped forward, but they did not dare to touch him. Instead, they respectfully said, "Third prince, please." Seeing this, Murong Yixian's face darkened. He stared inside and said in a low voice, "Since you can't see Qingtung Crown Prince, then please pass on the message. Feng Manor's eldest young miss, Feng Qinggu, has never agreed to this marriage. Don't waste your time." As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored his father, who had an ugly expression on his face. With a flick of his sleeves, he turned around and left. When Murong Bo heard this, he felt a fire rising from his heart to the top of his head. He couldn't wait to build a good relationship with the Qingtung kingdom, but he was hindering them from behind. This really deserved to die. Haha, don't listen to his nonsense. Tell His Highness the Crown Prince that there is no problem with this marriage. There is no problem at all. He smiled apologetically and strode away. After the two left, the gray-clothed middle-aged man walked in and reported what had happened in Yetong before leaving. Chapter 400. What? You feel that this highness cannot use my own charm to conquer her? That I need to use the power of the Qingtung kingdom to make her submit? A dark light flashed through his eyes, and he glanced at the middle-aged man who had spoken. Clearly, he felt uncomfortable hearing those words. Putting aside his position as the crown prince of the Qingtung kingdom, his own strength was something that few people could compare to. Looking at all the countries, who could be more outstanding than him? This subordinate does not dare. The middle-aged man quickly lowered his head and spoke in fear. Enchanting coldly snorted and did not argue with him, saying, "It's just a woman. The harder it is to conquer, the more this highness is interested. If she were to deliver herself to my doorstep with a curl of my finger, then she would not be worthy of this highness' attention. Yes, master is right. The middle-aged man quickly agreed. Crown Prince Ching Tung had arrived, and a banquet was being held in the palace. He had specially invited the Feng Manor's eldest young miss to accompany him. Once the news spread, it caused an uproar. No matter what, the Feng family's eldest young miss was still an unmarried woman. Now that she had been invited to the palace, no matter how one looked at it, it was a bit shocking. They were shocked by the emperor's actions. After all, although it was an invitation to the palace, inviting a woman into the palace, and it was the Feng family's eldest young miss that the Ching Tung crown prince wanted, who knew what she would encounter once she entered the palace. If Feng Xiao was not unconscious, he would definitely be furious upon hearing these words. If the old Master Feng was not missing, he would definitely enter the palace to reason with the emperor. However, the current Feng manor only had the Feng family's eldest young miss left. What could she accomplish? It would be better for her to follow the Ching Tung crown prince like this. Like this, she could use the Ching Tung crown prince's influence to shelter the Feng manor from the wind and rain. The people in the city discussed it, but there were still some who were curious. Thus, there were quite a few people sitting in a restaurant not far from the Feng manor, eating and drinking. They wanted to see if the Feng manor's eldest young miss would really dress up and attend the banquet. However, as the sky gradually darkened, the shops on both sides of the street lit up with red lanterns, but everyone saw that the Feng manor's gates were still tightly shut. There was not the slightest bit of movement. Why is the Feng family's eldest young miss not coming out? Could it be that she has already entered the palace? How is that possible? To enter the palace, she must pass through this place. Moreover, the gates have not been opened. How could she have entered the palace? Don't tell me she's not going to attend the banquet. It can't be. If the monarch sends someone to pass the message, would she dare to not go? Haha, why wouldn't I dare? She is the daughter of great General Feng Xiao. She has a bit of courage in her bones. Maybe she really didn't plan to attend the banquet. As for the palace, as the sky darkened and the banquet began, the atmosphere was freezing. There was no other reason other than the fact that the person the crown prince wanted to see the most hadn't arrived yet. This made the people who were accompanying the crown prince fidgety in this oppressive atmosphere. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to send someone to rush him? It's already so late. Why hasn't Feng Qing arrived yet? Murong Bo's face darkened as he looked at the inner attendant beside him, his heart raging with anger. The eunuch fell to his knees and quickly said, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." Perhaps eldest young Miss Feng was dressing up, and that's why she was late. The people sent to pick her up should be back soon. Chapter 401. Murong Bo looked at the people who had hurried over. Because he could not see Feng Qingji's figure behind them, his gaze sank. Without waiting for them to get closer, he asked, "Feng Manor's eldest young miss, did you not bring her here?" The guards kneeled on one knee and fearfully said, "My lord, please forgive us." This subordinate went to the Feng Manor to bring the Feng family's eldest young miss, but the leader of the guards did not dare raise his head. His voice was hesitant, and he did not dare finish his sentence. Murong Bo let out a sigh and said in a deep voice, "Speak." This subordinate went to bring her, but we could not even enter the Feng Manor's gates. A few Feng guards came out to pass on a message, saying that their master did not have time to attend the banquet and would not be coming. Towards the end, the guard's voice became quieter and quieter. He lowered his head and felt that after he finished speaking, the surroundings had become silent. That oppressive atmosphere and that extremely cold atmosphere caused people's hearts to tremble. Murong Bo instinctively looked towards the crown prince of Qing Tung country, Nietung. He saw him sitting and playing with the wine cup in his hand. His eyes were half closed, and the corners of his mouth held a faint smile. He looked as if he did not care, but the entire banquet was unsettled because of him. This Feng Qingge has really gone against the heavens. She actually treated this lord's words as wind that passed her ears. With so many people waiting for her, she actually did not come? Go again. Even if you have to tie her up, You have to tie her up and bring her here." He angrily shouted and had the guards go to the Feng Manor again. Enchanting put down the cup in his hand and stood up. His gaze was heavy as he glanced at him. His deep voice carried a dangerous aura and warning. "She is the woman who will become this lord's secondary princess. Her name is not something you can casually say." Once his voice fell, he turned and left. Morombo sat there with an ugly expression. The hands under the table were secretly clenched into fists. He only felt humiliated. He was the monarch of a country. Even if he was the monarch of a small country, he should not be humiliated in front of his subjects. If it was someone else, he would have been furious. However, this person was the crown prince of the Enchanting kingdom. He could not afford to offend him. Seeing that he had left, everyone at the banquet secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, just as they heaved a sigh of relief, they noticed that the monarch's expression wasn't right. Everyone who was originally at ease began to worry again. They only felt that this banquet had really made them tremble in fear and break out in cold sweat. The black-clothed middle-aged man behind Tong cautiously glanced at his master in front of him. Seeing that his master's aura was gloomy and he was faintly suppressing his anger, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Suddenly, he saw him stop walking with his hands behind his back. He secretly wiped away his cold sweat. Fortunately, he wasn't too close, otherwise, he would have directly bumped into him. "You don't have to follow me," Enchanting said. He turned around and walked out of the palace. The middle-aged man was startled for a moment, then quickly followed, asking, "Does Master want to go to the Feng Manor to see eldest young Miss Feng? How about this subordinate go and bring her to Master? Wouldn't that be better?" Niet Tung, who was walking in front, did not stop. Without turning his head, he said, "No need. It would be more fun for this lord to go personally." After saying this, he stopped walking and glanced back at him. "You're not allowed to follow." Seeing this, the middle-aged man stopped in place. Seeing him walk out of the palace, he felt a bit worried. He could not help but remind him, "Master, be careful of eldest young Miss Feng. She is an expert at using drugs." Unexpectedly, his kind reminder was met with an angry glare from his master. Chapter 402. Compared to the cold atmosphere in the imperial palace, the Feng Manor's dinner was warm and joyous. Feng Jiao had accompanied her father to listen to the meal, then left with Guan Shilin. When they passed by the pavilion, they saw a cool breeze. She had Lung Shuang bring over a jug of wine. She and Guan Shilin went into the pavilion and sat down. Old Bai and Qiu followed and rubbed against her feet. "Xiao Jiao, the people that Crown Prince Qing Tong brought are very strong. I was thinking, do you want to go hide in the Peach Blossom Cove? If you appear as the ghost doctor, those people will not dare do anything to you. But if you appear as the Feng Manor's eldest young miss, it's hard to say what they will do." Guan Shilin's face did not have the same smile as when they were chatting earlier. Instead, there was a look of worry that was difficult to hide. After all, the opponent was the crown prince of a sixth-tier country. Also, he had 8 cultivators with him. If they really wanted to steal, even if they used all of the Feng Manor's battle strength, they would not be a match for those people. "You don't need to worry. They won't steal." She began to laugh. Seeing Lung Shuang bring wine over, she said, "For the crown prince of a sixth-tier country, he would not use the word steal to insult him. If he really did use it to steal a woman, it definitely would not appear on Crown Prince." "You're that certain?" He was a bit puzzled, not understanding where her confidence came from. "I'm not certain. It's just that a man's pride does not allow him to do such a thing." Switch positions. "If this happened to you, would you steal a woman?" She raised her wine cup and took a sip, looking at him playfully. "Of course not." He did not even think before replying. Once he said this, he was stunned for a moment, then began to laugh loudly. "Ha ha ha. So, it was like that. I understand now. Xiao Jiao, how can you even understand a man's mind so well?" Feng Jiao slyly smiled and said, "Have you forgotten that I look quite decent when I dress up as a man?" She had always disguised herself as a man. Wasn't it that even the astute Yama Lord could not see through her? However, she couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the King of Hell, who was a homosexual. That guy actually wanted to kiss her that time. Thinking about it, after such a long time, she still got goosebumps. At the same time, on their way to the kingdom of Glorious Sun, the Yama Lord, Hui Lang, and Ing Yi had stopped to rest in the night after a day of traveling. The Yama Lord, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the fire, suddenly sneezed. He opened his deep black eyes and looked in the direction of the kingdom of Glorious Sunday. Hui Lang saw this and asked, "Master, did you catch a cold? Do you want some clothes?" The corners of Ing Yi's mouth twitched when he heard this. He glanced at him and then looked in the direction his master was looking. He coughed lightly and said, "The ghost doctor must be thinking of master." The Yin Lord glanced at Ing Yi and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. There was an obvious smile on his resolute and handsome face. He glanced at Grey Wolf, who was smiling awkwardly, stood up and straightened his robes as he spoke in an indifferent voice. "Let's continue on our way. Don't waste too much time on the road." He had to admit that he missed her too. The closer he got to her, the more he missed her, especially after he found out about what happened to her family recently. He was secretly worried about whether she could handle it. Chapter 403. When Hui Lang heard this, he quickly extinguished the fire and said, "And master is right. We shouldn't waste too much time on the road, in case the ghost doctor is snatched away by the crown prince of Qing Tung. I heard that the crown prince of Qing Tung not only has an outstanding appearance, his talent is also speaking to this point." He paused and swallowed his words. Because Ingi glared at him, he could not continue. Although what he said was the truth, perhaps his master did not like to hear it. He secretly sighed and thought, Ingi, that fox, only knows how to choose what his master likes to hear. Only an honest person like him would speak the truth. Since ancient times, honest words have always been unpleasant to the ears. Hearing Hui Lang's words, the words outstanding appearance were extremely harsh to his ears. Thus, he glanced at Hui Lang. Outstanding appearance? Could it be that you think that this lord's appearance is inferior to others? This subordinate, did not mean that. Grey Wolf smiled awkwardly and hurriedly said in a flattering tone, "Master is unparalleled, majestic and domineering, just like a god. In this world, this subordinate has never seen anyone who can compare to Master. Master is like the dazzling sun. No matter how outstanding that Qingting Crown Prince is, compared to Master, he is like a speck of dust on the ground. He is absolutely insignificant. Ghost Doctor will never take a fancy to such a person, so Master can rest assured." "Is this lord worried?" He raised his eyebrows and asked in a cold tone. Hearing this, Hui Lang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at Ing Yi for help. He did not know how to speak. He did not know why he had said so many good things, but his master still said this to him. What's more, Master was already worried. Otherwise, why would he put down whatever he was doing and rush over after hearing the news and learning of the intentions of the Crown Prince of the Qingting Kingdom? But could he say this? Would he be slapped to death if he said it? He glanced at Hui Lang and stepped forward, suggesting, "Master, we are still some distance away from the Glorious Sun Kingdom. Why don't we set off now? We can reach the Feng Manor earlier and see what the Ghost Doctor plans to do." Thinking of the woman who was left alone, Yama Lord's eyes flashed and felt a bit of heartache. He did not argue with Hui Lang and summoned his flying magic tool, heading towards the Glorious Sun Kingdom with the two of them. In the Feng Manor, there was a bit of chaos. Assassins. After a fierce shout, the sounds of people catching the assassins in the manor could be heard, and the faint sounds of fighting could be heard. However, the sounds of fighting soon quieted down, and only some grunts and the sounds of one-sided punches landing on bodies could be heard. "I'm just waiting to be beaten up. It's a waste not to beat them up. Let's talk after beating them up." She toyed with the wine cup in her hand. Her peerlessly beautiful face was slightly flushed from drinking wine, giving her a languid and seductive appearance. The mischievous smile hanging from the corners of her lips added to her demonic charm, giving her an irresistible charm. But, Chapter 404. It's fine. They know their limits and won't kill anyone. She smiled without much concern. After drinking 2 cups of wine, she went to the front yard with Guan Shilin. When they came to the front, a figure with a sack over his head was being escorted over by them. When they saw Feng Jiao, Feng Wei and the others immediately bowed. Master, we caught an assassin who climbed over the wall. Oh, there's an assassin in the Feng Manor? The corners of her lips curled up, indicating for them to take down the sack. Qi Kong took down the sack, revealing the man who had been beaten black and blue. When the people who had been holding the man stopped, his body went limp and he fell to the ground. He could only stare at Feng Jiao with his swollen eyes, but he was unable to say anything. Because the front yard was bright, even though the man's face was swollen, his original appearance and his luxurious robes could still be seen. When Feng Jiao's gaze fell on a man on the ground, she could not help but be surprised. It's you? Once her voice fell, she could not help but laugh. Hee, I really never thought that it would be you. You've actually been drugged by me twice. That doesn't feel good, does it? The smile on her face could not help but widen. She never thought that it would be this person. A person who had fallen at her hands once would fall again. It was hard for her not to laugh. That time, she felt that this person was not normal. Sure enough, it was actually the crown prince of Qing Tong country, Nietong. It was no wonder he had that kind of temperament. However, this person was too arrogant. He dared to come to the Feng Manor alone. He deserved to be beaten black and blue. Nietong lay on the ground. Because he did not have any strength, he did not move. He just lay there like that. His dark eyes stared straight at the beautiful woman who was smiling like a flower. He suddenly felt that this beating was not that hard to accept. At least, seeing her smile so happily, he had never seen this kind of smile before. At this moment, he only felt that this smile was very beautiful. The anger that had filled his stomach disappeared without a trace after seeing her smile. The more he interacted with her, the more he felt that this woman was exactly what he wanted. I am the crown prince of Qing Tong, Nietong. His gaze was only on her as he said these words unhurriedly. He saw the shock on her face and the incredulity in her eyes. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He was about to speak, but when he heard what she said next, the corner of his mouth twitched, and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. You got guts. How dare he impersonate Nietong, the crown prince of the Qingting kingdom? Others may not know you, but I do. Aren't you the lecher who followed me all the way in the kingdom of glorious sun? I didn't expect them to climb over the wall and enter my house. The expression on her face changed from surprise to disbelief and then to anger. She pointed angrily at him and suddenly laughed. That smile was somewhat strange, and it made people shudder even though it was not cold. Do you know what's the best way to deal with lechers? She squatted down, a pair of beautiful eyes curved into a smile. Her gaze moved down his face, and when her line of sight fell between his legs, she revealed an evil smile. That's to destroy this source. Chapter 405. Feng Jiao gently laughed. Looking at the badly battered crown prince of Qing Tong, Niet Tong, she happily said, However, I haven't been fighting much recently, so you can still avoid a disaster. She stood up and brushed her clothes. She said to Qi Kong and the others, Take this impersonating crown prince of Qing Tong back to the imperial palace and let the country's ruler deal with him. Yes, they responded and pulled him up. They put the sack over his head again and took him back to the imperial palace. After they left, Guan Shilin asked, Xiao Jiao, he is the crown prince of Qing Tong. Nietong, you've already met him? Could it be that the crown prince of Qing Ting knew of her? It turned out that he had already met her outside. It was no wonder that he would come looking for her. Last time, I met him on the way back. We met once. She helplessly smiled. At that time, I only knew that this person's identity was not simple. I never thought that it would be the crown prince of Qing Tong. If it wasn't for the fact that he did not have any killing intent towards me, I reckon that I would have quietly taken care of him on the way back. A strange expression appeared on her face. She never thought that the crown prince of Qing Tong would be the person she had met on the way back. Only was there something wrong with his head? At that time, he had been knocked out by her, yet he still dared to ask about her and wanted to take her as a secondary princess? Was he not afraid that she would kill him one day? After beating him up, I'm afraid that he will take action against the Feng Manor after the medicine wears off. Guan Shilin frowned, feeling a bit worried. He originally thought that it would be a subordinate of the Crown Prince of Qingtong, but he never thought that it would be him. This time, he had beaten the Crown Prince of Qingtong until his face was swollen. How could nothing happen? Feng Jiu gently laughed. Seeing his serious expression, she patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, there's no point in worrying. What will come will come. Let's talk about it after the fight. We won't lose out. All right, you should go back as well. Nothing will happen here." She waved her hand, indicating that he should return to the manor. Call me if there's anything." He nodded his head and walked out. In his heart, he was thinking that he shouldn't go to the black market tomorrow. Instead, he came over to take a look. As for the banquet in the palace, most of the guests had already left due to Nie Tong's departure. Even the monarch was preparing to return to the palace. However, at this moment, a guard hurriedly ran over. "My lord, the people of the Feng Manor have sent over a man. They say that he barged into the Feng Manor at night and pretended to be the crown prince of the Qingtang country. Thus, they have sent him over to be dealt with by my lord." The monarch, who was already in a bad mood, shouted without hesitation, "Drag him away and cripple him." As soon as he finished speaking, he flung his sleeves and was about to head towards the palace. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around. "You just said that person broke into the Feng Manor at night, impersonating the Crown Prince of Qingtang?" Yes. The guard who was about to leave was frightened by the sudden turn of his head, and his voice trembled slightly. "Where are they? Lead the way," he shouted and indicated for the guard to lead the way. The guard could only comply and bring him outside. However, when they arrived outside, they saw that the person who was originally covered in sackcloth and pressed on the ground had already stood up. He was brushing the mud off his body, and beside him were a few unconscious guards. "Impudent you!" The guard shouted and pulled out his sword. He was about to attack when he was stopped by the monarch behind him. Chapter 406. Saying this, when he saw the swollen face, his entire body froze. His eyes widened in shock, and his mouth dropped open. His face was filled with disbelief. Who dares to beat His Highness the Crown Prince to such a state? What exactly was going on? How could he have been beaten to such a state? In this large country of glorious sun, who dared to beat him to such a state? Strangely, he thought of the Feng Manor's people. His skin tightened, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Your Highness, was it the Feng Manor's people who beat him?" Nie Ting glanced at him, then turned around and left without saying anything, leaving the shocked and furious monarch standing where he was. Only when Nie Tong's figure could no longer be seen did the ruler suddenly come back to his senses. He shouted to the guard at his side, "What exactly happened? Explain it clearly to this ruler." The guard knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, it was Qingtang's crown prince who barged into the Feng Manor at night and was caught as an assassin by the Feng Manor's people. This Feng Manor has truly turned the heavens upside down." He angrily shouted, "Guards, go to the Feng Manor and capture the person who beat Qingtang's crown prince." The ruler was furious and ordered the imperial guards to go to the Feng Manor to capture the person. First, it was to let Qingtang's crown prince see his attitude and give him an explanation. Second, it was to let the Feng Manor's people see clearly that the Feng Manor was no longer the same as before. If they dared to continue being so lawless, he would definitely uproot the Feng Manor. Because of this order, many groups of imperial guards quickly left the palace in the night and headed towards the Feng Manor. When the groups of imperial guards rushed towards the Feng Manor, they naturally alarmed the various powers in the city. When the various families heard about this, they were all shocked. What kind of matter needed to be taken care of overnight? Or was it ordered to go to the Feng Manor in the middle of the night? What was going on? Although there were quite a few families in the city that were laughing at the Feng Manor and waiting for the Feng family to fall, there were also quite a few righteous families that could not stand the imperial family's actions. It could be said that everyone in Yinyu City and even all of Yaori knew what kind of people the Feng family was. They were a family that loyally protected the country. No matter if it was the Feng Master or Feng Shao, they were all loyal and righteous people. They led the Feng guards to block many dangers for Yaori. They knew very well in their hearts that if it weren't for their protection, this small ninth-class country would have been swallowed up by other countries long ago. How could they allow Murong Bo to bully the only remaining young miss of the Feng family like this? The meeting hall of the Gung family, one of the big families in Yinhua City, was filled with people even though it was nighttime. Old Master Gung had just come out of seclusion, but after hearing about the recent events, he called everyone in the family over for a meeting. Now, after hearing about the events of the night, he slammed his hand on the table, causing a loud bang. This shocked everyone in the hall, and they all looked at the person in the main seat. They saw that old Master Gung's wrinkled face was filled with anger. Although his voice was old, it was full of energy. It did not match his age at all. This Murong Bo is truly going too far. Right now, Old Man Feng's whereabouts are unknown, and Feng Xiao is unconscious. Only the Feng family's girl remains, but this Murong Bo, as the country's ruler, did not protect her and instead oppressed her. This is simply the actions of a vile person. Chapter 407. It was said that the old man and old Master Feng were old friends for many years, but as the younger generation, they had never seen the two interact with each other. Because the old man spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation, they did not dare to bother him with these things. But now, it seemed that he wanted to stand up for the Feng manor. The middle-aged man, sitting in the second seat, thought for a while, then looked at the old man sitting in the main seat and said in a deep voice, "Father, according to what I know, Murong Bo has recently been urging some families to put pressure on the Feng manor. It seems that he wants to take over the Feng manor's phone guards for his own use. However, Crown Prince Qing Tung just happened to arrive, so this matter has been suppressed. If we want to stand up for the Feng manor, I fear that just our Gung family alone will not be enough. What do you think?" Old Master Gung looked at his son and asked in a slow voice. Because the person in charge of the Feng manor has fallen, in addition to Murong Bo suppression, many families are avoiding the Feng manor as much as possible. However, there are a few families that can't stand it, especially old Master Feng and Feng Xiao. They are both righteous people. Many people have received their kindness. If we want them to stand up for the Feng manor, they will shrink back because they don't have the strength to fight against the imperial family. However, if we, the Gung family, take the lead, I dare say that they will definitely stand up. Hearing this, not only did old Master Gung secretly nod his head, but even the people sitting below looked at him with admiration. Not to mention other places, just some of the smaller families in Yinhua City had received the kindness of old Master Feng and Feng Xiao. They did not have the strength to fight against the imperial family, so they would not stand up. They would only watch from the sidelines. However, if there was a strong family taking the lead, they would not shirk their duty and stand up to help. Their Gung family was one of the large families in Yinhua City. Although their strength was far from the Feng families, if they gathered a few small families and factions, they would be able to form quite a force. Old Man Gung nodded and said, "And you go and deal with this matter. That old man Feng and I have been through life and death together. Now that he is missing and Feng Xiao is in a coma, only the Feng family's girl is left. Our Gung family is not heartless. At this time, we can't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, even if others don't say anything, we will feel guilty." "Yes, Father, don't worry. I know what to do." The Gung family master replied in a deep voice. He ordered some people to contact the other families, and some prepared to go to the Feng manor. Just what was Murong Bo planning in the middle of the night? When the Feng guards, who were scattered all over Yinhua City, saw the imperial guards rushing towards the Feng manor in the middle of the night, everyone secretly followed. They hid in the shadows and waited for the command to take action. In the Feng manor, Feng Jiao, who had just finished bathing, was only wearing her inner clothes. She sat by the stone table in the courtyard, allowing Lung Shuang to dry her hair. She was reading a book in her hand. Once her hair was dry, she would rest. "Master, it's done." Lung Shuang took a step back and helped her fix her hair. "In," she replied, and put the book in her hand back in her space. Yawning, she was about to go back to her room to rest when she saw a figure rushing over. Chapter 408. Her footsteps, which had been heading inside, paused. She turned around and slightly raised an eyebrow at the person who had come. Her eyes sparkled, and her red lips slightly parted. The Imperial Guards have surrounded our Feng Manor. What do they want to do? They want us to hand over the person who beat the Crown Prince of Qingtung. Seeing that she was only wearing undergarments, Qi Kong quickly lowered his head. At this time, Lung Shuang had already taken out her outer clothes from inside. While helping her put it on, she tied the belt around her waist. Lung Shuang used a ribbon to tie up her ink-black hair. After tidying it up simply, he stood to the side. Let's go. Let's go take a look. She tidied up her clothes and began to walk outside. Yes. Qi Kong complied and quickly followed. At this time, outside the Feng Manor, the Imperial Guards were holding torches and surrounding the entire Feng Manor. The light from the torches illuminated a large area, making it as bright as day. Aside from the two groups of Imperial Guards surrounding the Feng Manor, there were two groups of approximately 50 people standing on the left and right sides of the main entrance. Each of them had their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were led by two generals of the Imperial Guard. They were clad in silver armor and had long swords at their waists. They exuded a sharp aura. Upon closer inspection, one could see excitement and viciousness in their expressions. In regards to carrying out this order to capture the person in the Feng Manor, they were very excited. They were very clear on what the Feng family meant. The Feng family's guards, known as the Feng Guards, were all considered the most outstanding soldiers and guards by the outside world. They had wanted to compete with them a long time ago, but they did not have the chance before. Now that they had the chance, they naturally would not let it go. Eldest young Miss Feng, we have received orders from the country's ruler to capture the person who beat the Crown Prince of Qingtung. Would eldest young Miss Feng please hand him over? The voice of one of the two generals in the lead was filled with profound energy. It was especially clear in the night. Once this voice came out, it was heard by everyone in the Feng Manor. It also caused the citizens that had come to watch to be extremely shocked. Beat the Crown Prince of Qingtung? It couldn't be, right? Was this real or fake? Go, knock on the door. The general gestured and had the two Imperial Guards go forward to knock on the door. However, just as the two walked forward and before their raised hands could land, they saw the Feng Manor's gates slowly open. The Feng Manor's eldest young miss, dressed in red, appeared through the gates. Her beautiful face and demonic aura caused the two guards standing in front of the gates to stare in a daze. Lung Shuang, who was standing beside Feng Jiao, saw the two guards staring at her master in a daze. Their eyes were drooling with desire and amazement. She immediately kicked them away. Scram! His cold voice was as cold as frost, and a sharp intent accompanied his shout. The two Imperial Guards were unable to avoid the kick because they were too engrossed in watching. They took the full brunt of the kick and fell onto the ground. Do you want to take action in front of my Feng Manor's gates? The red-clothed Feng Jiao was ostentatious and demonic. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she looked at those people. Her beautiful face carried a 30% demonic aura and 70% indolence. The confidence and cold aura coming from between her brows caused the two Imperial Guards to involuntarily lower their heads and retreat a few steps, not daring to look directly at her. Chapter 409. They knew that the Feng Manor's eldest young miss, Feng Qinggu, was Dazzling Sun's #1 beauty. She was famous for her beauty. This was something that they knew a long time ago. They had seen her appear on the streets before, but why did they suddenly feel that the Feng Manor's eldest young miss was even more beautiful than before? In the past, her beauty was as gentle as water and as gentle as moonlight. Now, her beauty was as dazzling as the sun. It was so dazzling that it moved people's souls. With just a glance and a smile, it was filled with a lazy charm. Every movement was peerless. However, she was just a girl. Facing so many Imperial Guards, was she not afraid? Thinking of this, everyone calmed down and looked at her. They began to worry for her in their hearts. The two generals at the front saw that she had come out and walked forward. Their sharp gazes fell on her face as they impolitely said, "Eldest young Miss Feng, we have come under orders. Please hand over the person who beat Qing Tung's crown prince. The emperor has ordered that if eldest young Miss Feng is harboring a criminal, you will be taken away for the same crime. Beat Qing Tung's crown prince? When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? She raised an eyebrow and looked at the two generals with a mocking expression. Hearing that she did not admit to it, the two generals' faces immediately sank. The person you sent to the palace tonight is Qing Tung's crown prince. Eldest young Miss Feng, you should quickly hand him over. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Oh, how do you want to be impolite? The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she looked at them with a cold gaze. What are you trying to do by bringing Imperial guards to surround my Feng Manor in the middle of the night? And who is it that gave you this right? If you don't give a reason, I really won't be polite with you. Speak. Who gave you the right to surround the Feng Manor? With her cold snort, a series of disorderly yet powerful shouts rang out. The voices were full of energy, sharp and cold. They carried a frightening aura of killing intent. Once the shouts came out, everyone could feel a faint aura of Xian energy in the air. What was even more shocking was that the voice did not seem to have come from within the Feng Manor. Instead, it seemed to have come from behind them, or even from all around them. In an instant, the Imperial guards could not help but reveal shocked expressions. It was as if they had not surrounded the Feng Manor, but rather the Feng Manor's people had surrounded them. Almost at the same time, the surrounding commoners, and even some of the family clans' faces faintly showed shock and horror. Phoenix Guards. It was the Feng Manor's trump card army, the Feng Guards. They were already hiding in Immerse City. So that's how it is. No wonder the people of the Feng Manor dared to be so fearless. It turned out that the Feng Guards were guarding Immerse City, guarding the Feng Manor. For a moment, waves of shock surged in their hearts, and they were inexplicably excited. Did the Feng family want to go against the Imperial family? If it was another family, they naturally did not have the strength. If it was the Feng family, they might really have the strength to overthrow Muronbo. When they thought of this possibility, their hearts were filled with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 410. Are you trying to rebel? The leading general angrily pointed at Fengjiu and shouted with a trembling voice. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure flashed forward and grabbed his wrist, twisting it to the side and breaking it. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking rang out clearly in the night, accompanied by the general's shrill scream. Hiss! Ah! The piercing scream entered the ears of the Imperial guards, causing them to be shocked. At the same time, they instinctively drew their swords from their waists. However, at the same time, their commander was fiercely thrown to the ground with a bang. Only a muffled groan was heard, and even the mournful scream quieted down. Seeing the motionless person on the ground and the Phoenix Guard with a stern expression, their hearts trembled. Cold sweat covered their bodies, and they did not dare to go forward. Do you see? This is the fate of those who are disrespectful to my master. Wei Feng, one of the 8 Phoenix Guards, swept his gaze over the surrounding Imperial guards. In the end, his gaze landed on the other general, who was retreating with a pale face. Did you not hear my master's words? Speak. Who gave you the authority to surround the Feng Manor? Hearing this, the general took a deep breath. Thinking that this was an order from the king, he felt a bit more confident. He straightened his back and looked at the Phoenix Guard. He sternly said, "Naturally, it was an order from the king. Ridiculous." Fengjiu coldly snorted. "My grandfather Feng was an important official in the founding of Yaori, and my father was a general protecting Yaori. Even if our Feng family has handed over power, no one can take away his contributions. How wise is the king? How could he bully a weak woman like me while my grandfather is missing and my father is unconscious?" Her voice was sonorous and powerful. She spoke loudly of the Muronbo, but every word was filled with hidden sharpness. It was so forceful that the general could not resist and retreated. For a moment, he was caught in a dilemma. If he admitted that he was following the king's orders, wouldn't that mean that the king was muddle-headed and tyrannical, bullying the granddaughter of an important official and the daughter of a general protecting the country, while the old Master Feng was missing and Feng Xiao was unconscious? If he did not admit that he was following the king's orders, wouldn't that mean that he acted on his own and took advantage of the situation to bully the Feng family? This was a huge crime that he couldn't afford to bear. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat and his face became pale. He faintly regretted taking on this troublesome task. This was a thankless task. It was no wonder that no one fought with him over it. It was only the two idiots that rushed over with the Imperial Guards. Weak woman? Not far away, the head of the Gung family and the others who did not come out under the cover of the night heard Feng Zhou's words. Their eyes were overflowing with smiles as their gazes fell on the confident and dazzling red figure. Before the old man spoke, the Gung family did not pay attention to this matter. Although they paid attention, they rarely saw the legendary eldest young miss of the Feng family. Originally, they also thought that she was a weak woman. However, from what they saw tonight, they knew that the eldest young miss of the Feng family was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched by others. Just by looking at her words, she had easily blown the matter out of proportion, causing those Imperial Guards to not dare to make a move. Just this kind of method, this kind of boldness, even the patriarchs of some clans would have to admit that they were inferior. They originally wanted to see if she needed help, but looking at the current situation, it seemed that she could handle it by herself. Chapter 411. Hand her over to this old man. That cold voice contained the powerful pressure of a cultivator. Once it came out, it was as if the air was enveloped by a powerful aura, making it difficult for people to even breathe. Some of the commoners without cultivation gradually paled under that invisible pressure. They could not even stand properly and fell to the ground. As for those with cultivation, their complexions were not too good, but they were still able to hold on. However, cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads, and the blood in their bodies began to churn. They felt their hearts tremble in fear from the powerful pressure and aura emitted by those light words. At that moment, everyone's gazes followed the source of the voice. They only saw two gray figures flying through the air on flying swords with their hands behind their backs. They steadily landed in front of the Feng Manor's gates and stood in front of the Feng family's eldest young miss. The two old men stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. They were dressed in gray robes, and there was not a single strand of black hair on their heads. Perhaps it was because of their cultivation there was not a single wrinkle on their faces. However, from their aged voices and their heads of white hair, one could tell that they were at least over 100 years old. This was the first time the two had seen this girl named Feng Qingge, a girl that their highness had taken a fancy to. It cannot be denied that this girl's beauty was breathtaking. However, what made people unable to take their eyes off her was not her beautiful face. Rather, it was the aura she gave off. That sort of confidence that came from deep within her bones carried an innate nobility. Her languid appearance carried a trace of evil charm. Her red clothes were dazzling and ostentatious. She was devilishly charming and wanton. With this kind of aura and beautiful face, she was truly beautiful to the extreme. Even if one only saw her once, it would be difficult to forget her. Even in their country of Qingtung, it was likely that they would not be able to find a girl who could compare to her. It was no wonder that their highness could not let her go after seeing her once. He wanted to take her in as a secondary princess, and had even personally come from Qingtung to this small 9th-tier country to personally bring this girl back. Seeing that this woman was going to be his highness's concubine, the two old men's expressions softened. The pressure on their bodies was slightly restrained, and their aged voices carried a sharp tone. Eldest young Miss Feng, your subordinates beat up his highness. Could it be that you want us to let it go? It's best if you hand her over. Otherwise, even if you become his highness's concubine, we won't be polite to you. Hearing this, Feng Zhou glanced at them with a strange expression. What do you mean by becoming his highness's concubine? What did I agree? Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation. When the two old men heard this, they frowned. Didn't your king tell you? We've already sent people here. Our highness came here specifically to take you away. To be able to become our highness's woman, you must have accumulated several lifetimes of good fortune. She chuckled and glanced at the two of them. Fortune? then you should leave it to others. I'm not interested in this kind of fortune." She looked at the general who had retreated to the side and raised her eyebrows. She said in a clear voice, "Why aren't you guys scramming? Do you really want us to make a move?" Perhaps it was because the two old men had arrived. The general's confidence increased. He raised his chin and looked at her with disdain as he said arrogantly, "Eldest young Miss Fong, you're still a general." Chapter 412. Looking again, they only saw a pair of slender, white hands wrapped around the general's neck. It looked like she did not use much strength, but caused the general's face to turn pale. He could not even speak. The arrogance, an insufferably arrogant expression on his face disappeared without a trace. All that remained was shock and fear. The surrounding atmosphere froze because of her actions. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone stared in shock at the woman who had suddenly acted. At this moment, the cold aura around her body was extremely heavy. It was also accompanied by a murderous aura that was not inferior to anyone else's. At this moment, a smile appeared on her beautiful face. However, this smile did not reach her eyes. No matter how they looked at it, they could feel the dangerous aura and murderous aura coming from her body. Was this the same Feng Chinga from before, who was even standing lazily? At this moment, everyone only felt that this was a bloodthirsty female Azura. "Did you not hear what I said? Don't you know that I don't like repeating the same words? Since you don't want to scram, then you can stay here forever." Her gentle voice was filled with a cold, murderous aura. She tightened her grip, not giving the general any chance to struggle or resist. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The general's legs kicked off, and all the strength in his body seemed to have disappeared. His life force was cut off, and his arms and legs powerlessly fell to the ground. Hiss! Her swift and fierce action of killing as she pleased shocked the surrounding people, causing them to suck in a breath of cold air. Her actions were swift and decisive. There was practically no chance for anyone to stop or react. That general died so easily at her hands. Currently, the Feng Manor was in the middle of a storm. How could she dare to kill as she wished? Moreover, that was someone sent by the country's lord. Her actions were clearly causing a ruckus and not giving the country's lord any face. Could it be that she was truly not afraid of Murong Bo destroying the Feng Manor in his anger? At that moment, everyone was shocked by her actions. As a result, most of them had overlooked an extremely important matter. That general was a middle-stage martial grandmaster, but how could he be so easily killed by her without even being able to put up any resistance? Only the Gung family's patriarch noticed this. He exclaimed softly and looked at Fengjiu with surprise and scrutiny. Killing a martial grandmaster so effortlessly was definitely something that only a martial great master could do. However, she did not have the aura of a martial great master. Yet, her movements were so exquisite and her speed was so fast that the general could not protect himself or retreat. From this, it could be seen that her power was unfathomable. Suddenly, he became curious about the Feng family's eldest young miss. He originally thought that she would need their help, but he didn't expect to see such a scene tonight. And tonight's scene made him understand even more clearly that the Feng family was not as simple as it appeared to be to outsiders. Even if the old Master Feng had gone missing and Feng Xiao was unconscious, the Feng Manor had the eldest young Miss Feng protecting it. Nobody dared to touch it. However, what kind of attitude would the crown prince of the Enchanting kingdom have? If she really was determined to have her, and looking at eldest young Miss Feng's intentions, it was clear that she had no interest in the crown prince. It was clear that tonight's matter was caused by Qing Tang's crown prince being beaten up when he went to the Feng Manor at night. Beating up Qing Tang's crown prince? Hee. Chapter 413. When the surrounding imperial guards saw that she had killed the general on the spot, fear appeared on their faces and they all retreated. There were over 100 of them, and only 2 generals were leading them. Now, one of them was dead and the other was seriously injured. If they went forward at this time, wouldn't they be seeking their own deaths? When the 2 old men saw that Fengjiu had killed someone without any hesitation, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. They were surprised by her strange skills and ruthlessness. After all, They originally thought that she was a woman with nothing but beauty. They didn't expect that she would be so ruthless in her actions. However, if she was ordinary, she wouldn't have caught the eye of their highness. Seeing that the surrounding Imperial guards were retreating step by step with fear on their faces, the two old men snorted heavily. One of them shouted, "Useless! You're scared just because one person died? Have you forgotten your monarch's orders? Everyone go, other than eldest young Miss Feng. Capture everyone else in Feng Manor." Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes turned cold. Just as she was about to speak, she heard an angry shout. She couldn't help but freeze in place. "Let's see who dares." An old voice was full of energy. That strong voice was accompanied by a powerful martial ancestor aura. As soon as the voice was released, circles of Xian energy visible to the naked eye rippled in the air. When the Gung family heard that voice, they were stunned. They all turned around and saw a gray figure striding over angrily. There were many people following behind him. When they saw that person, the Gung family quickly went up to greet him. "Father, why are you here?" Family head Gung quickly asked. He didn't expect that the old man would also come. However, old man Gung ignored him. Instead, he strode forward. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. When they fell on the two old men, they paused for a moment. Then, he strode over to Feng Jiu. "Feng family's girl, don't be afraid. Your grandfather isn't here. This old man will protect you." Old man Gung looked at Feng Jiu, who was staring blankly at him. He thought to himself, this child is scared by these people. Looking at her, she doesn't know how to react. A child without an adult to protect her is really pitiful. Thinking of this, his heart became even more soft. His originally fierce face also pulled out a smile as much as possible. He softened his voice and said, "Feng family's girl, you don't need to be afraid. With this old man here, no one dares to hurt you." At this moment, everyone in the Feng family was dumbfounded, especially Feng Jiu. She stared blankly at the old man who was trying to comfort her with a stiff smile. Hearing his words, she felt inexplicably warm in her heart. She didn't expect that he would stand up at such a time and say such words to her. She had to admit that her grandfather's old friend was really good. Thinking of this, she showed a sweet smile. The evil aura on her body seemed to disappear with her sweet smile. What appeared was the innocence and freshness of a girl next door. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that she had broken the general's neck without even blinking. Grandpa Gung. Chapter 414. I remember, when I was young, Grandpa Gung gave me osmanthus cakes to eat. She pursed her lips and smiled. Her face was pure and harmless. Ha ha ha. Feng family's girl's memory is really good. This old man hasn't come to your Feng family for many years, yet you still remember this old man. You really are an obedient and sensible child. He was very gratified. It was as if he was looking at his own granddaughter. He felt that even his own granddaughter might not remember his good deeds after not seeing him for so many years. Moreover, he had only brought her a few osmanthus cakes back then, and this child remembered them until now. Sure enough, she was a pure and obedient child. If other people knew that he thought of Feng Jiu like this, they would probably be speechless. If he hadn't seen her kill someone without blinking, perhaps it would have been fine. After seeing her ruthlessness and strangeness, and hearing the old man say that she was a well-behaved and sensible child, he only felt that these words were strange no matter how he listened to it. Moreover, was it really good for the two of them to reminisce in this kind of situation? There was still a corpse on the ground that was not completely cold, and there were still over 100 Imperial guards surrounding it. There were also the two elders from the Qing Tang Kingdom. They were all glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. However, the two of them did not seem to notice and began to chat. After seeing this scene, the head of the Gung family could only bitterly smile. His father had just arrived and did not see the scene from before. He also did not see the Feng family's eldest young Miss Viciousness. At this moment, he really thought of her as an innocent and obedient little girl. What made him feel strange and dumbfounded was that the Feng family's eldest young miss, who originally had a demonic aura and carried a lazy and noble aura, had completely concealed her aura at this moment. She was as harmless as the girl next door. It really made him speechless. I know about this matter. Don't worry. Your grandfather is not here. Grandpa Gung will protect you. Old man Gung nodded. While speaking to Fengjiu, he looked at the Imperial Guards with a stern gaze. His dignified voice was filled with sternness. You people are dazzling Sun's Imperial Guards. What? Now you want to listen to the orders of two people from another country to deal with the country's general's daughter? You really are a group of heartless people. Today, this old man will say these words. My Gung family will definitely protect the people of the Feng Manor. Whoever dares to touch the Feng Manor, don't blame my Gung family for being impolite. Hearing this, the guards who wanted to step forward hesitated. That's right. Those two were from the Qingting Kingdom. Even if they wanted to listen to orders, they shouldn't listen to them. Moreover, one of the generals was dead and the other was injured. Why not take the opportunity to retreat? Ask for the monarch's permission before making a decision? Thinking of this, one of the Imperial Guards shouted for the troops to retreat. The next moment, the Imperial Guards came forward and carried away the dead and injured general. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry, but they looked a little embarrassed. Seeing this, the faces of the two old men turned gloomy, and they stared sharply at old man Gung with killing intent in their eyes. What an ignorant old man. You want to stand out? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Chapter 415. Seeing the old man attacking, Master Gung's eyes darkened. He pushed Fengjiu behind him and said, Feng family's girl, quickly move aside. As soon as he finished speaking, he mobilized the Xian Qi in his body. He suddenly took a step forward and clenched his fist to meet the old man's attack. Fengjiu, who was pushed to the back, was slightly moved. She watched as the old man pushed her away and went up to meet the old man. She watched as the old man's Xian Qi surged and his steps were steady. He fearlessly met the old cultivator. For a moment, she only felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. All sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. A smile that came from the bottom of her heart quietly blossomed on her lips, like a delicate flower slowly blooming, causing her originally beautiful face to become even more beautiful because of this smile that came from the bottom of her heart. When Master Gung saw his father meet the old cultivator, his heart tightened. The other party was a cultivator. Even if he was in the foundation establishment stage, his strength was not something an ordinary martial arts grandmaster could deal with. Moreover, these two people were clearly in the golden core stage, which was above the foundation establishment stage. With his father's martial arts grandmaster cultivation, could he really deal with a golden core stage cultivator? The answer was, it was impossible. He couldn't help but look at the woman in red. However, he saw her smiling and looking at the scene that had already begun. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. What was wrong with the eldest daughter of the Feng family? Couldn't she see that his father was no match for that cultivator? Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang. One of them was a mid-stage martial arts grandmaster Xian martial artist, while the other was a golden core stage immortal cultivator. Both of their strengths were considered to be among the best among the spectators. Hence, when the pressure and aura from their bodies surged, the surrounding air pressure seemed to be enveloped by a dark cloud. It instantly became low, making it difficult for the spectators to even breathe. Some people who couldn't bear the pressure had already quietly retreated to a distant place to avoid being affected by the pressure and Xian Qi. When a strong fought, the speed was so fast that they couldn't see it at all. They only saw the two gray figures fighting from the ground to the air, and then from the air to the ground. The Xian Qi surging around the two was as sharp as a knife, making the onlookers hold their breaths. This was a battle between experts. The weak couldn't get involved at all. Even if they wanted to help, not everyone had the ability to do so under such circumstances. The pressure and airflow of those two people were so sharp that if one did not have the corresponding strength, one would not be able to get close to them. In the face of such an expert, they couldn't help but feel their blood boiling. How great would it be if they also had such cultivation? Bang! The two men's palms collided and struck out. Two streams of qi shot out. The strong man stood firm and did not retreat, while the weak man was pushed back several meters. He staggered and almost lost his balance. Father. Seeing that the old man was repelled and was no match for the opponent cultivator, Patriarch Gung exclaimed and wanted to go forward. However, the other gold core old man who was standing on the side with his hands behind his back snorted and waved his sleeve. Patriarch Gung instantly retreated several meters away and couldn't even get close. Oomph. If you don't have the ability, then don't force yourself. The gold core cultivator snorted heavily and glanced at Patriarch Gung and the others. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Old Man Gung to shock everyone. Chapter 416. Father, Grandpa, Old Master. Hearing the exclamations of his descendants, the old man steadied himself and glared at them. It was as if he didn't see the fatal palm strike from the gold core cultivator. He shouted angrily at them. What are you shouting for? This old man isn't dead yet. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. She looked at the old man with bright eyes. At this moment, no one noticed that she was playing with a silver needle in her hands under her sleeves. Her smiling eyes fell on Old Master Gung, then glanced at the gold core cultivator who attacked him. She moved her hand and shot out the silver needle. At the same time, she shouted loudly in a tone of worship. Grandpa Gung, you can do it. You're the best. The gold core cultivator was startled by her sudden shout. At that moment, he felt as if something was wrong with his body, but he didn't care. He just sneered. The best. This Miss Feng is really naive. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Ha 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 ha. Good. Feng family's girl is still the one who wins my heart, unlike those in my family who only look down on this old man. Like a naughty child, Old Master Gung was overjoyed by her cheering. He stopped laughing and widened his tiger-like eyes. He gathered all the chi in his body into his hands and abruptly struck forward while shouting at the same time. Jack! The moment Old Master Gung's hand struck out, a powerful chi aura that was visible to the naked eye gathered and rushed out from his hands like a river. It collided with the gold core cultivator, whose expression changed drastically. Suddenly, the gold core cultivator was hit by 1,000 pounds of force, and his whole body was sent flying 100 meters away. Bang! When the heavy blow landed on the gold core cultivator's body, there seemed to be the sound of bones breaking. However, it was covered by the sharp cry of the gold core cultivator, so no one noticed it. Old Master Gung felt a little strange when he saw that the gold core cultivator was sent flying by him without even being able to resist. Logically speaking, the other party was a gold core cultivator. Although he had gathered 1,000 pounds of force in his attack, he shouldn't have been able to withstand it without being able to resist. What was wrong? Not to mention the old man himself. Even the people around him were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. That was a gold core cultivator. How could a middle stage martial ancestor realm cultivator deal with a gold core cultivator? Moreover, he was able to send the gold core cultivator flying 100 meters away with a single palm? That's too strong. Ma Master, when did the old man become so strong? A member of the Gung family swallowed his saliva and stared at Old Master Gung with bright eyes. Family head Gung's heart was also fluctuating violently at this time. He felt that this scene was somewhat unbelievable and illogical, but he could not tell what exactly was wrong. At this time, the other golden core cultivator stared at Old Man Gung with wide eyes and muttered, This is impossible. This is impossible. This is not right. Chapter 417. Grandpa Gung, you're amazing. Old Man Gung turned around and saw that the girl from the Feng family had come to his side. Her eyes were shining as she looked at him excitedly. Seeing this, Old Man Gung was overjoyed. He felt as if his whole body was as light as a feather. He even abandoned the trace of doubt in his heart and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he laughed heartily. It seems that this old man has not aged. Ha ha! He put one hand on his waist and stroked his beard with the other. He raised his head and laughed heartily with a proud look on his face. Seeing this, Fengjiu pursed her lips and smiled. She felt that Old Man Gung was somewhat similar to her grandfather. Her gaze shifted and fell on the gold core cultivator who had been hit 100 meters away. A faint light flashed in her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was a golden core cultivator and had a strong cultivation base to protect his body, Old Man Gung's attack would have killed him. But now, it seemed that it wouldn't be easy for him to recover without resting for 10 days to half a month. At this time, the other old man who had recovered from the shock did not step forward to fight with Old Man Gung. Instead, he rushed to the old man who had fallen to the ground and helped him up. What happened? Why couldn't you block that palm? Cough, cough. The old man who was helped up coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his chest with one hand and felt that his sternum had been broken. He had suffered a very serious internal injury. He could not help but look at Old Man Gung unwillingly. Let's go back first, he said resentfully. There was a fire of anger burning in his heart. A dignified gold core cultivator had been defeated by an intermediate martial ancestor realm cultivator. This was a disgrace. Seeing this, the old man did not say anything and quickly helped him leave. Good, good, ha ha ha. Cheers and laughter rang out in the night. The praise and excitement that came from the bottom of their hearts made the two gold core cultivators angry. Hearing the deafening laughter and cheers behind them, they felt humiliated as if they had been slapped in the face. Just you wait. That golden core cultivator turned around and fiercely threw down a sentence that made everyone laugh. This kind of threat was usually used by people who left with their tails between their legs. It would have been better if he didn't say it, but once he said it, everyone laughed even louder. Father, are you all right? Family head Gung strode to Old Man Gung's side and looked him up and down. He was worried that Old Man Gung had been injured by the palm strike. I'm fine, I'm fine. Old Man Gung waved his hand and looked at Fengjiu with a smile. Fengjiu, although it's already night, I think it's necessary to have a good talk with you. Hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes flickered. He smiled and said, Grandpa Gung, please. Then, he turned sideways and gestured for him to enter. Everyone else has gone back. Come in with me. Old Master Gung turned around and signaled Family Head Gung to follow him. Seeing this, Family Head Gung gave some instructions and followed the old man into Foam Manor. Fengjiu looked around and said to Chi Kong and the others, since the phone guards are here, let's organize them. Have them show their identities and stand guard around Foam Manor. Wait for my arrangements. Yes. Chapter 4:18. Inside the Foam Manor, Fengjiu invited Old Master Gung and Family Head Gung into the hall. After inviting them to take a seat, the servants served tea and left. In the hall, other than Lung Shuang, who was standing beside Fengjiu, there was only Old Master Gung and his son. Everyone else was waiting outside. Feng family's girl, this old man has been cultivating in seclusion recently. I only heard about what happened to your Feng family after I came out of seclusion. Now that your grandfather is not around, and your father is unconscious, what do you plan to do next? Old Master Gung went straight to the point without beating around the bush. Grandpa Gung, you don't have to worry about my Feng family. You saw it tonight. Those people can't take advantage of my Feng family. I have the ability and confidence to protect the Feng family. She had a smile on her face, and her words were full of confidence. It was as if she didn't put those people in her eyes. That confidence surprised Father Gung. Where did her confidence come from? What about the crown prince of the Enchanting kingdom? Moronbo is fine. If we join forces with some other families and forces, he won't dare to do anything to you. But if it's the crown prince of the Enchanting kingdom, I'm afraid that even if we want to protect him, it will be difficult. Old Master Gung worriedly expressed his worries. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled slightly. Tonight, the Gung family stood up for us. I'm also worried that they will cause trouble for you after this. So, I want to ask Grandpa Gung not to intervene. This way, the Gung family won't get involved in this mess. As for the solution, her voice paused slightly, and she smiled. There will always be one. Hearing this, Old Master Gung was a little surprised. Family Head Gung was a little surprised. He thought that since the Gung family stood up, eldest young Miss Feng would try her best to not let them go so that they could help the Feng family. He didn't expect that she would ask them not to get involved. Everything was for their sake. It was really unexpected. He didn't expect that although there were no men in the Feng family, eldest young Miss Feng would have such courage and confidence. It was rare. However, when he thought of how she had killed that general without even blinking in the next moment with a smile on her face, that decisive and ruthless method reminded him that she was not as harmless as she appeared. However, his father seemed to feel that this smiling Feng family's eldest young miss was an innocent and well-behaved little girl. Listening to him, instructing her from time to time, and reminding her with a worried expression, it was as if she was his granddaughter. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. The Gung father and son chatted with Feng Jiao in the hall for about 2 hours. They also asked about Feng Zhao's current situation, but Feng Jiao didn't tell them the truth. In the end, Feng Jiao personally saw them off before going to her father's courtyard to tell him about the Gung family's appearance. As for Murong Yixian, after hearing about what happened in the Feng manor, he was silent. He stood in front of the window for a long time, thinking about something in the imperial palace. Murong Bo was furious. After hearing the report from his subordinates, his angry roar spread throughout the entire imperial palace, especially when he found out that the Gung family had allied with other families and factions to protect the Feng family. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Good. Very good. Wait until the Feng family falls. This lord will definitely make them regret their actions today. Chapter 419. Niet Tung, who had ointment on his face, was lying on the couch with his eyes closed as he listened to the middle-aged man beside him report the events of the night. The two of them originally wanted to go to the Feng manor to bring back the person who offended Master. However, they did not think that something like this would happen. One of them is currently kneeling in the courtyard, begging for forgiveness. The other person's injuries are not light. The accompanying doctor has already been called over. The middle-aged man carefully reported. At the same time, he paid attention to his master, who had his eyes closed. Who knew if he was asleep or listening? He felt a bit uneasy. The two of them had gone to the Feng manor without his master's orders. If they had really brought back the person, it would have been fine. However, they had gone to make a fool of themselves. He did not know how his master would punish them for this matter. After hearing his words, Niet Tung, who had his eyes closed, opened his sharp eyes. He stared at the middle-aged man and said in a heavy voice, "A golden core cultivator is not a match for a mid-stage martial ancestor. Are you joking with me? This subordinate does not dare." However, that golden core cultivator was indeed injured. A few of his ribs were broken and his injuries were not light. As for why he was defeated, this subordinate has already had the doctor examine him to see if he was drugged. I trust that there will be news very soon. After saying this, he lowered his head, not daring to look at him. Perhaps they had been too careless and did not put the Feng family in their eyes. Not only had he and his master been defeated by the Feng family's eldest young miss, when they arrived here, they originally thought that the people here could not do anything to their master, who knew that they would be beaten up by the Feng manor's people and sent back. And tonight, a dignified golden core cultivator had actually been defeated by a mid-stage martial ancestor cultivator. Saying this made them feel ashamed. He only knew that the recent events had truly been too much. It was just for a woman. He truly could not understand. Why did his master have so much patience to slowly waste time with her? If he really wanted her, he would have sent people to capture her. He could have done it tonight. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? However, he only dared to think this dissatisfaction and anger in his heart. Speak it out, unless he did not want to live. After Niet Tung heard his words, he did not say anything else. Instead, he closed his eyes and lay down. It was unknown what he was thinking about. Until an hour later, a doctor walked in after being summoned. He respectfully bowed to Niet Tung. "This subordinate greets your highness." "Speak." Niet Tung did not even open his eyes, as he only said one word. "Your highness, this subordinate found this." He took out the silver needle from his clothes and saw the person who originally had his eyes closed open to look at him. He hurriedly said, "This silver needle was taken out from Elder Lin's Dantian." He said that he suddenly felt his spiritual power being sealed, so I checked the acupuncture points on his body and found this silver needle. To be able to accurately pierce this acupuncture point from such a distance, this person should be a medical expert,